All right. Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Raymond Wallman, the creator of the recently released Airplay Documentary. If you haven't seen it yet, I did a watch party of part one of the documentary with Raymond, as well as both critics and supporters of the GamerGate movement. I recently, just today and partly last night, watched part two of the documentary. So I've seen the full thing now, and I've got some questions for him, and I've also want to hear about his GamerGate experience. In the background, we will be playing Muted, part one of the documentary, which is available for free online. If you want part two, you'll need to go to his Patreon and pay $10, though right now it's actually on sale for $5. Um, how long is that sale lasting?
It's gonna be through to the end of the year till the new year. Though, if it's really popular at that price, then I might just keep it that price.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, how you doing? How was your Thanksgiving?
Very good, thank you.
All right. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Mhm.
All right, so go ahead and start that playing now so people can check that out. Obviously, there's no sound. Um, so, Raymond, you've spent the last several years of your life working on a Gamergate documentary. The work is now finished and has been released officially. What
Yes.
made you want to make this documentary, sir?
Well, partially because I was just fascinated with the idea that it was a controversy that took place entirely online. So there is just gigabytes of documented material, video, audio, articles, illustrations, animations, music, and was just motivated by the idea of building an entire documentary out of just pieces that you find online. That was a very interesting idea to me, and but also because I did follow the Gamergate controversy as it occurred in real time. Not really in real time. I came in a little late, maybe 1 or 2 months late. We can discuss about it now. And I feel like that what the media was presenting was a inaccurate portrait, and I thought I could present something that was far more accurate and in a way far more entertaining.
Well, I think you really succeeded at that. I think that the first part of the documentary is is honestly an incredible work, and it stands not just as like a Gamergate documentary, but as a documentary in and of itself as an incredible work. I think that the work in general does. I do want to talk about the second part of the book as well, but just going over the first part of the book is focused on.
You mean the
Sorry,
documentary?
documentary. I'm sorry. The first part of the documentary is focused on the beginnings of Gamergate and the lead up to Gamergate and the history of games journalism. It's very in depth. It's very well edited, and I think that it's a very interesting piece, and I really thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Now, I'll admit, my experience with the second one, due to the way I had to watch it, I put it on 1.5 speed for a large portion of it. Um, I have to live my life at 1.5 speed now, practically. I'm so busy. That I watched much of it at 1.5 speed, so I didn't get the artistic experience in quite the same way as somebody watching it at normal speed would. Um, but I really did love the first part, and the second part, I felt like it was good. Even the anti-Gamergate people praised part one. and I'm not sure if any of them have paid money to access part two. But part one, everyone really, I think, was pretty much in universal agreement. Part one, the first half, incredible, incredible documentary. You stuck to the facts. You had primary sources for the most part, and it was just very well done. Okay.
Thank you. I feel a butt coming on.
Part two, it's not a butt as much. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Again, I didn't get the artistic experience. That's mostly on me. Obviously, you gave me this document. You gave me the access to it like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. So me being so slow on keeping up with it and actually watching it, it's 3 hours long, which is great. You have a lot of material you go over. Um, I didn't get the artistic experience as much because of that. And I was also like trying to watch it like on my break at work for part of it. And like, I had so much stuff going on. I was out on my lunch break. I was watching it too. So like, it's the experience I had with it is not going to be the same as everybody else. Part two, you focus more on the culture war aspects and the allegations against GamerGate that Gamergate is a harassment campaign. I think that's or as a harassment campaign. You focus on those allegations, and you focus on the sort of culture war milieu surrounding Gamergate, which I think is a really important part of the story, and I'm glad that you included it. And I think you did a pretty good job. Though I will say this, I think some of the anti-Gamergate people watching Part Two might feel like their part of the story isn't included as much.
Oh. Well, I would say that their story has been included through has been told by the mainstream by much of the mainstream media, and also with this documentary, the first part both parts of the documentary follow the morning panel and afternoon panel of the Airplay discussion. And the first one was a lot more, the morning panel was a lot more coherent because, as Koretsky probably told you, the panel itself was a lot more coherent, and the afternoon panel was a lot more incoherent. There was a lot more conflict between the presenters and the and Koretsky himself. And that was and even though I thought I would reflect some of that in the nature and style of the documentary where it's kind of like trying to order all of these disparate facts and narrative streams and try to put it all in a single coherent package. That that was a little difficult.
Yes, I could very much see that. I understand that as well. Being someone who's also covering Gamergate, um, it's there's so much to the second half of that panel, and there's so much to the non-gaming journalism aspect of Gamergate that it's so difficult to really cover and understand. There's so many different competing visions for what Gamergate could be, and so many people have different ideas about what exactly does it mean to be anti censorship? What exactly does it mean to be for artistic freedom? What does it mean to be a social justice warrior, quote unquote? What does it mean to dislike the social justice warriors and oppose them? What does it mean? Is that Gamergate? Is that something else? I don't know. There's so many. It's difficult to really wrap one's mind around because there's so many different competing components and aspects of the story. I completely understand and I think you did like a pretty good job. Um, I do actually. I think you
Yeah.
did a pretty good job in
And
two, but it you, you how important was it to you to seek out feedback from people who disagree with Gamergate on this stuff, on this project?
on this project? Oh, well, I've got a few people in mind that I would like to get their opinion of. But as of right now, I'm not really concerned on having their perspective reflected in the documentary because as as Kathy Young said, their perspective was accurate, was presented through, not accurately, but presented through the mainstream media. And one of the things about the second part that I tried to communicate is that you see these people like Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu, Zoe Quinn just get ever bigger and bigger platforms to just tell their side of the story, from conferences to news television news channels to even the United Nations, and just how much the Gamergate proponents had to work and fight to get just to get this one panel discussion, that when a person in the audience screams out to Koretsky saying, "Let her finish," referring to Kathy on stage, it really I was hoping that the viewer could really get a sense of just the stress at how much work these people had to do just to get their point of view communicated.
Oh, it's really fresh on the top of my mind. Basically, nothing. I don't really have much more to add about part one because I feel like it was a perfect encapsulation of the games journalism stuff. Like it really was. It was a phenomenal coverage of that, and we covered it on air. But part two, it's fresh in my memory. It's fresh in my memory. So you start off with showing a lot of clips from Christina Hoff Sommers,
Yes.
and it shows like her perspective and her journey talking about Gamergate and why her coverage of it, what she thinks of it. I think that's great. She was at Airplay. She was the afternoon panelist. Then you also talk about some of the critics of Gamergate, and I think that the way you did this, I don't think you got the facts wrong. In fact, some of the facts are seemingly a little damning. Actually, there's been a little bit of a rewriting of history, perhaps. Um, like the Brianna
Well,
Wu thing with. Oh,
yeah,
well, so
I try
go ahead.
yeah, I try to stick to the facts as best as I can. I feel that's like, even though every documentary, every news source has some sort of inherent bias, sticking to the facts is the best way to be objective.
Yeah, I've got nothing in there that I thought was factually inaccurate. The one clip of Anita Sarkeesian where she says that when you find out about systems of oppression, that you need to point it all out constantly. Um, I that may have been, I'd have to go back and look, but that may have been slightly out of context because I think she says that she doesn't hold that view anymore. I believe. Um, but she did. I think you might have included the context actually. Of she's saying
Well,
when you find out
she
about
did
it.
say,
Yeah, when you find out about it, you
she
have to.
said yeah, she said that she didn't take that approach anymore. She still believe she still believes in the underlying philosophy. It's that she doesn't have feel like having to point everything out that is racist, sexist, homophobic. And that is just the underlining premise critical of critical theory. I've got a history with critical theory that goes that goes on before Gamergate started, but
We can get
yeah,
into that for sure. We can definitely
yeah,
remind me to revisit, okay? But I do want to
okay,
talk about. So I think the facts. You stuck to the facts. That's great. I applaud that. Um, an approach you took which is interesting, and it's one that I didn't take in this project, and maybe some people think I should have.
okay,
Um, it's that so people made claims against GamerGate. Four specific people, I guess, really, was Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, Randy Harper, and like some other people did too, like Izzy Galvez and John McIntosh. But like those are like the four people, or really the three people. Randy Harper didn't get that much media coverage, who got like tons and tons of media coverage saying that GamerGate is a harassment campaign to destroy their lives, right?
yeah,
And part of
and
the attack that you take with this project, it seems, is that you thought, well, I should probably put some shade on those accusations and cast doubt on whether or not that's even true or whether or not it's been greatly exaggerated.
I would say, well, if you're trying to say that I went in with the express purpose to cast some shade the on their accusations, I really just, when it came to any material outside of the Airplay discussion, I relied upon James Desborough's audiobook on the subject, and that's why I gave him writer's credit, because his narration really kind of dictated how I would go about editing the film.
Oh, to be clear, I don't think it's wrong for you to do that. In fact, I think you, like the Brianna Wu situation, there is
Yeah.
this common narrative, and it's sort of one that like I kind of almost kind of believed, but I've Scarlett Simone Tansey brought up in a conversation with me when I interviewed him that Brianna Wu entered the conversation by
Yes.
pretending to be someone who is pro Gamergate and trolling the Gamergate people. Now, I thought that that claim probably wasn't true, but it turns out in your documentary, and I've looked up the receipts myself, that claim, because I saw that claim in the documentary too, that claim is actually true.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the first time she ever mentioned Gamergate in her entire life, but
Yeah.
like there is like a very much a timeline issue that Brianna Wu
Yeah.
has for her story. Not that I don't know if she's personally misrepresented this, but other people, maybe because they didn't know this fact. Like the media never talked about the fact that Brianna Wu spent the month of September pretending to be pro Gamergate and like trolling the Gamergate people by saying a bunch of really dumb stuff while pretending to be pro GG.
Yeah.
Like that's
That
a
was the
whole aspect of the story. Like that's true. Like she actually did this.
yeah, that's the Brolol's account.
Yes, and she did later say that it was her account, and she said it was satire. She said she was satirizing the Gamergate people, and this was before this was this. She did this before she later made claims about Gamergate a month later in October. On October, I believe 9th, she is so most of the people who hear about Brianna Wu's story that I've encountered, not from her herself, again, I'm not saying she's being dishonest necessarily, but from other people, they'll say, well, Brianna Wu was just somebody who talked about Gamergate critically and then a day later had to flee her home. And, well, no, she spent
Yeah.
like an entire month prior to that trolling people. And then October 9th, she says that she makes her public statement criticizing Gamergate, and then the next day she says she fled her home on October 10th,
Yeah,
I
I've
believe. And then,
yeah,
but
in my
and then she
research I've
go ahead.
okay, in my research I've found no evidence that she had to flee her home. Not saying that She not saying that she's lying, but I've just found no evidence that supports that. And I have just a very, very low opinion of Brianna Wu. She has, I don't know of anything that can be credited to her that is not complaining about Gamergate. She made one shovelware iOS game, and I recall in her interview with Food Shop, she was like, "Oh, it got it won this award, and then Gamergate just completely destroyed it." No, the game is awful on its face, and she tried to she couldn't make it as a game developer, tried to exploit Gamergate as a way to raise her profile in her on state Congress, which was a failure. And she's still going around to this day complaining about Gamergate. And it's just sad. I don't want to encourage any harassment against her or any kind of, ill will to her, but I just find it pathetic.
Yeah, I haven't played her game. I can't speak to its quality, so I can't comment on whether or not it was a good game or not. But I don't even know. So I've recently gotten a bunch of fucking archives, but I haven't gone through all the way yet. Um, about the claim that Brianna Wu fled her home,
Yeah.
and there is some. I don't want to say because I haven't read through it all yet. Um, but there is so there is an aspect of the story where it seems okay. Maybe she left her house for some period of time. I don't know. Obviously, we'll never know probably. Um, but like she very clearly was doing these media interviews with like ABC News, with the Boston Globe, probably with the Boston Globe, since their pictures from her interview with her are of her house, inside her house, and that the pictures match with other pictures that she herself has shared online of her house, um, of the inside. So either there's a secondary location that's decorated the same way, or in a very similar way, or she's doing the interviews there. But like also it's possible that she did flee her home and that she came back at some point, or she said, "Well, if there's going to be a bunch of journalists there, it's safe for me to come back." And so she came back to do the interviews in her home. Like I'm not again, I'm not I don't this puts me in like a really uncomfortable area because I don't want to be digging through like Brianna Wu's personal life. I really don't. Um, but so I'll have to look into that claim more because it does raise eyebrows. And again, like this shit was 10 years ago. Um,
Yeah.
but it's weird because like I could have made this project and been like, oh yeah, there's a lot of receipts actually we got on the anti-Gamergate people that isn't very good. But I
Yeah.
pretty much avoided almost all of that because there are look the pro Gamergate people, the anti Gamergate people, they're all human beings,
Yes.
and sometimes people are dishonest. Sometimes people make mistakes. They misremember things. I don't. I didn't come into this being like I gotta expose the anti Gamergate people as lying, and I'm not saying you did, um, but you did present evidence that did cast doubt on Brianna Wu's story, for instance.
And there was the David Pakman interview and also all the interviews that she's done where David Pakman said, "Why did you choose to publicize these threats when I've received some similar threats?" And authorities always say, don't talk about this, don't publicize this. And there's also the correspondence with her, with the state police, where they said she's wasted police time and has presented no evidence. And yeah, all of it is just pretty much predicated on the trust of just the trust of one person, trusting the story of one person.
Well, that wasn't the state police though, right? That was the prosecutor's office for the county, I believe, right? Or was it the state police as well? I don't.
I believe it was the state police.
I'd have to go. I'd have to go back and double check because I know that you show in your documentary correspondence with the prosecutor's office,
Uh,
and in the email from the prosecutor's office, it says that they have received no evidence at all from Brianna Wu regarding this.
yeah.
But that was the county prosecutor, not the state AG or state AG's office, I believe. But there could have been a separate case too. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it could be.
You,
I I don't recall the scene in my documentary, the email that I put in my documentary right now.
Well, it's funny too. I mean, it's not funny, but it's interesting because I see the approach that you took, and I find it fascinating, especially since I decided to go a different way myself. Because, well, one, I wanted to be more neutral, and two, like I wasn't sure like just how bad the evidence against the anti-Gamergate people was, and I didn't like dig into it super hard. Um, Maybe I should have, but I also, for better or worse, I was worried about the perception. The
That
perception
you
of that I'm going in here to discredit the anti-Gamergate people who are making these very grand claims about Gamergate, and that this project exists so I can basically destroy their credibility because of the things that they said about Gamergate. And like maybe it's good that somebody does that because some of the credibility everyone should receive criticism. I should receive criticism. You should receive criticism. Anita Sarkeesian should receive criticism. Brianna Wu should receive criticism. Everybody should get criticized and receive feedback and learn to do better and become better people. I believe that. But I don't want the perception of me personally to be like, oh, this person just hates Brianna Wu or hates Zoe Quinn or whatever. And that's why they're doing this project so that they can call them liars. I didn't want
now
people to think that about me.
I'm let for legal purposes, let's establish that I am not calling any of these people. I am not calling any of these people liars. I'm saying that I believe that they have made claims that are contrary to evidence that I've found in my research. And so now that I've fully indemnified myself against any possible against any possible lawsuits. Yeah, so far if somebody is, you know, not being completely honest, be defaming people, you know, defaming people, trying to mischaracterize their actions, that's something that should be that is something that should be dealt with. And these these people, I believe, a have gotten an absurd amount of media and press coverage for stories that are just in that I find stories that I believe are just incredibly weak. that the evidence does not show that the evidence does not support their claims.
Porcelain Chips in the chat says, "It's the private eye problem. You are only trying to verify information, but everyone ends up thinking you are a weirdo." Yeah, it's. But no,
Mm.
look, I'm not saying that you're saying that they're a liar. Um, it's just, yeah, it's just there is evidence out there that does contradict some of the public statements that these people have made, or that makes it look really suspicious. And I think that that's 100% valid to investigate. I was just really worried about going that path with this project because I was worried that it would damage the project. That even if I was 100% factual, like you were in your documentary, um, that even if I was 100% factual, that people would perceive me in this project as being some sort of like super biased GamerGate work that's just and of course like the fact is like it's probably going to be a lot harder to promote the project. I didn't like I don't think this was a conscious decision on my part necessarily. Um, but like it's gonna be a lot harder to promote the project for me if I went in like no actually I've got like 15 archives here that show that this statement that this person made was false, right? Or that they did this and this that like shows that maybe their story has inconsistencies in it. Like I think that if I went that route, that people would not want to have me on their program to talk about my book. Which
Yeah.
because they'd be like, oh well, this person's just trying to discredit this person and like because they're like they hate women. That's what they would say probably, right? Um,
Well,
whereas
there's a reason
go ahead.
I did consciously make a conscious decision to leave out any mention of Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu for the second part of the documentary, because just so once people have seen the first part, it fully establishes that there is a lot more to this story, a lot more that I'm concerned with that that people are concerned with than they are with these individual personalities.
Right. And but yeah, again, it's just, it's so, I don't want to get stuck on this too much. I was just like, because I saw the way you were talking, with the way you were editing this, you edited it with just the facts. You were very careful, but it's clear that like the facts presented show a
Yeah.
picture, show a picture of maybe these people are exaggerating the harassment that they got, or are trying to falsely blame Gamergate for stuff that they didn't do, which I think it's probably. I mean, I don't want to make too many claims here, but that they are in some cases even like making this stuff up, which is probably true for some people because it's the internet, man. People make up harassment against themselves all the time. Um, and obviously, it's the internet too. There's going to be weirdos and trolls who do actually, want to fuck with people. Like I interviewed Pterodax the other day. He really did send Brianna Wu a picture of a gun on Twitter. And he
Yeah,
did
that
bribe people to send death threats to Zoe Quinn. You know?
well, I'm not saying that stuff didn't happen. I'm not saying that that stuff didn't happen. It's that with every moral panic, things get exaggerated and claims of harm get exaggerated. And I'm not saying that any of these people are lying that they got any kind of harassment or any kind of online harassment. I just believe that they they themselves and the media have over exaggerated the extent of the harassment and the danger to it, and in many ways are using it as an ulterior motive for what are some, what may be some very sinister actions. Like when we mention Zoe Quinn, the Crash Override Network, which was funded by Feminist Frequency and run by Zoe Quinn, and was a partner on Twitter's Trust and Safety was a partner on Twitter's Trust and Safety Council. They engaged in, as we were able to show from the by the leaks from the Crash Override Network chat leaks, which were called the con chat leaks, that they were engaging in a lot of this behavior themselves. And so whatever harassment they may have received, it doesn't even compare to just corporate sponsored harassment and just really, really bad behavior.
Yeah, I remember the con leaks when they dropped, and I even made a couple videos about it. I didn't dive deep into them. Um, maybe I should have. But as always, when you get these massive, massive, massive chat logs, you have to sift through thousands and thousands and thousands of conversations, well, or maybe just a few hundred to find some really juicy stuff. And there was some really juicy stuff in there, including the stuff regarding Robert Marmelejo, including the stuff regarding the fact that the Randy Harper doxing people, was that in the logs, or was
Yeah,
that was in the Crash Override Network?
that was a part of Crash Override Network. That, I believe it was Randy Harper who just put on Twitter these links that had the documents for many people associated with Gamergate, and she said, "Here's your industry blacklist."
Yeah, I do remember. Well, that was so she linked the Facebook groups and said that.
Yes.
The Crash Override Network leaks, though, reveal that she was allegedly posting people's actual like docs on their chat room, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I saw this back in the day too. But again, I made like a conscious effort not to make this project about the people who make claims against Gamergate. So
Yeah.
instead, focus on what the Gamergate people did, not on what the anti-Gamergate people are saying so much. But I do cover the quote-unquote harassment angle um, fairly extensively because I think it's important to talk about and cover as part of the story. But I don't view it necessarily as I want to cover Randy Harper doxing people. No, like that's part of the story. The fact, I mean, it's a big part of the story, and like a lot of the stuff that was revealed, it
Yeah.
does paint these people as being really really nasty people. Actually, not just the con
And
leaks, but their behavior over the course of these several years that Gamergate was happening, and before Gamergate, some of their behavior, and some of their behavior after Gamergate. It seems like a lot of the people who made very specific accusations, well, not very specific, but very broad accusations against Gamergate as being like this harassment campaign to destroy their lives. Like they've got
yeah.
some real skeletons in their closet.
Yeah. And since the media painted it as this big harassment campaign, that is a really important part to look out for, that if whether or not this harassment actually did occur, which I would contend to which I would contend it is the media misrepresented.
Though Raymond, I do
And
want to. Oh, I'll let you finish your point. I'm sorry.
yeah, and if you have been following the Twitter files, the internal communications of Twitter that Elon Musk released to several journalists, including Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss and Michael Schellenberger, that the Twitter Trust and Safety Council was pretty much the go-between for the government and Twitter for censoring a lot of discussion that that you know organizations associated with or inside the government wanted to censor, and that has become a big scandal. In the court case Missouri v. Biden, the judge ruled that no, it is unconstitutional for the government to do through a third party what is unconstitutional for it to do by itself. And the Twitter Trust and Safety Council was created in part as a response to Gamergate. That is one of the things about moral panics, is that the harms and dangers are exaggerated and they are used as a pretext for forms of government intervention that you know that may not be that may not be very good for the populace.
Yeah. Do you think I should have covered and should perhaps cover more in the future um, these skeletons in the anti-Gamergaters closets?
Yeah, I well, I'm not here to dictate to you what you should do with your project, but I did so in mine, and I felt like it was. And if you watch the credits, put a, I had the idea to just put a postscript listing many of the people who said negative things about Gamergate as it was happening, and who were just revealed doing really heinous shit. Can we
Yeah.
swear?
So you can. Just don't use the N word because YouTube doesn't like that.
Okay.
But like
Yeah.
everything else is fine pretty much.
Ninja.
Well, so uh, yeah. I was gonna bring that up later actually. The postscript. So yeah, like at the
Yeah.
end after the credits, you show a list of the anti-Gamergate people who've been accused of sexual harassment or arrested for assault or child pornography, things like this, things that they've done that are bad. And like that's fine. I make a brief mention of this in my first book even. I'm well of this phenomenon. But like the fact is I think I'm not gonna hit them too hard over that because like these were very large amorphous groups of people and there were so many people in pro gamergate and anti gamergate and like obviously some of them are going to be bad people. I just think that that's like just obviously going to be the case.
And some of them are going to be Activision Blizzard. So,
Yeah. So like the Alex Haloka situation,
yeah.
like I know a bit of the story and it's not good.
Yeah.
um but I haven't like made this because like gamergate's not about Zoe Quinn. But like the
No.
fact that the person who made these claims against Gamergate like also made previous claims against another online community, and her boyfriend makes all these allegations against her that she's a manipulative person and emotionally abusive and cheated on her, blah blah blah. I'm like, oh whatever, that's not my business, right? And then her ex-boyfriend before Aaron Joni, Alex Haloka, or I'm not sure. I think they were they, it says that they were cohabitating on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they were dating or not. But he makes very similar accusations against Quinn that she was very manipulative and that he killed himself because of her
Yeah.
essentially. Um, which is like a pretty serious fucking deal. Um, but I not because of her necessarily. Like, who knows? I don't know. When people are depressed, there could be many different causes. Um, but like, it's really like just awful stuff, and I didn't want to. Maybe I'm gonna have, but maybe I'm gonna have to do like a deep dive on this. So also, I was partly careful too about how I talked about this too, not just for the perception reasons, but also because for a while it looked like Brianna Wu was actually going to participate in this project.
Oh,
Yeah, and uh, I was actually thinking for a while about how I was going to do that interview too, because we were talking about it in private. She's been very polite to me, very respectful. Well, I, mean, I wouldn't say very respectful, but like she's been very polite and cordial in her communication with me. Um, and I'm not going to share DMs or anything like that. Um, but yeah, she's not interested in participating in the project, um, unfortunately. But like, if she was, I was
I
going to
would.
have to dig into those claims more about the stuff regarding her specific accusations that she was making about like how she left her home and stuff like that. And I would have to bring this up if there were inconsistencies in the timeline, inconsistencies between what she said and what we have evidence for. I would have to do that as someone who's trying to be like a journalist and actually cover this in a really well. And of course, like media, nobody in the media really asked these tough questions. It seemed, except for David Pacman, and that didn't go so great. She was really
Yeah,
upset with Mr. Pacman.
yeah, and for some reason Arthur Chu was really upset
He was
with
very upset with, and
him.
Zoe Quinn didn't agree to do the interview because of the according to Arthur Chu. Zoe Quinn didn't agree
Yeah,
to be interviewed by David Pacman because he was asking tough questions.
yeah,
Yeah, which I think he should have, and he did the right thing because of course you have to examine claims critically. You can't just like take people's word for everything that they say. Of course not. That's absurd.
yeah. I think a lot of the press is just really have just really forgotten how to do journalism and how to approach the subject. We could discuss a lot more about the state of journalism if you want, about the state of current journalism if you want.
Well, we can talk about that. Actually, sure. We can talk. We can dive into it a little bit right now if you want, since that's not a planned topic list. But yeah, we can.
Okay.
What do you think of journalism?
Well, when I've had an interest in media all my pretty much all of my life, and just the way that media can inform and manipulate us, and just the state. My first reason, and not sure where to start out here. Don't know if I'm to start with how the attempts to how the attempts to censor Mortal Kombat really got me into was the first time that really got me thinking about uh, constitutional law and freedom of expression, and documentary filmmaking in like during the George Bush years really got me into uh, just what are the ethics of documentary filmmaking, of part how to be manipulated, when is it, or if it is appropriate to be manipulative or to stretch the truth when making a documentary film. And just recently it's been, and when I just after graduating college, I made a documentary about the Shoreham nuclear power plant where I live on Long Island, New York. And what struck me in the examination of that issue was just how much how much the journalists involved really had contempt for anyone who contradicted their narrative. Really just acted outwardly hostile to anyone who tried to insist that they may be wrong in their assumptions. And I made the film with a journalist collaborator met through an acquaintance, and what struck me as we were making this film was how much he was making excuses for these journalists who were engaged in pretty obvious journalistic malfeasance, who were not representing things appropriately, actually, factually, who and were pretty much defaming people who were trying to defaming experts, people who could be called experts, and try to cast aspersions on their motivations and whatnot. And so that gave me just my first hint that there may be just that there is a weird solidarity within the journalistic profession any kind of where any kind of critique of the job that some journalists do will be immediately met with some kind of hostile reaction. And over the years, with Gamergate, and especially during the Trump years, I feel that has only amplified.
Well, you do talk not so much about the election, the 2016 election, but you do put some references to it that essentially would it be safe to say that you presented it as though part of the reason Trump was able to win was because the media people had such a negative sentiment towards the media at the time, and including for good reasons, and the media did such a poor job of covering a number of topics, including political issues that were hot button at that time, um, that it drove some people towards this populist, burn it all down style candidate.
Yeah. And I feel, yeah, and I feel like and the reason why why so many in the press seem to try to connect Gamergate to Trump is because they just cannot accept the idea that people don't trust them any longer. And that's why I have a little coda at the end talking about, which makes brief mention of Russiagate, which as as journalist Matt Taibbi put it, described it, the biggest journalistic blunder in Iraq. Only Russiagate was infinitely more stupid.
Well, like,
Where
but like there were connections between people associated with the Trump campaign and Russia, but also the media exaggerated this to an extreme degree, right? So like if you like the Mueller report, I've not read the full thing, but like there were very clear connections there that were troublesome, but also the media would run with some salacious stories that were obviously not true, like the P tape thing, things like this.
uh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it seems that a lot of things that were connected to Russiagate were simply, you know, journalists trying to push a narrative. And I can tell you, I would have been really amused if the P tape turned out to be real. That's, but it didn't seem to, all the facts don't really check out.
Right. No, I mean like
And
I'm
it's,
I'm not disagreeing. The media did a very poor job in how they covered that. But like there also was something there, which is why which is why Robert Mueller investigated it and did find that there were some connections between people associated with the Trump campaign, including meetings that were held, and some people from Russia who were associated with the Russian government. That's also why
some,
Justin Amash left the Republican Party.
yeah, though they didn't find anything that could even be remotely described as collusion, or anything that could be remotely described as espionage. And it was something that was hyped up from the beginning as a, because the journalists who were involved, most of the mainstream journalists in the industry, were committed to a collusion narrative from the start. That
One there is an
and
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, they were committed to a collusion narrative from the start. They grasped onto any sort of hint that the story might be true and hyped it up as, a potential presidency ending story. And it all just turned out to be, and it all just turned out to be just air, unjustified assumptions. And
Well, there is
and
something. So,
because
go ahead.
yeah, and there was and because and just find it really, the and I just find the, not just the similarity of the names, but just how much hype, just the comparison between the hype for Russiagate and the dismissal of Gamergate as some baseless conspiracy theory, while the press hyped Russiagate as this real story that just ended up being a baseless conspiracy theory.
There's one thing you mentioned too that it's from Brad Glasgow's research. You included this in documentary. I didn't actually know about this part. I didn't because I didn't see the full data from Glasgow survey. He offered to show it to me though when I interviewed him. Um, but he says he posted it online somewhere. Um, but there's this narrative that GamerGate people were roped into the Trump politics and right wing politics and Breitbart because of Milo. But
Yeah, that's a
Glasgow's
thing.
Glasgow's data shows that that's actually that's not really true. Not just in terms of like political leanings, but in terms of like traffic to Breitbart itself. Um, it looks like it looks like the less than 10% of the GamerGate people went to Breitbart for news.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, which is it really because there is this idea that like some
Yeah,
people out
that
there are promoting that GamerGate it was basically an army controlled by Breitbart, um, and that even if all of the stuff that they're saying is legitimate, that Breitbart utilized them as a weapon and a tool. But like it looks like Breitbart basically
yeah,
didn't see didn't Breitbart wasn't used by GamerGate people by and large, like
yeah.
fewer than 10%, according to Glasgow's research.
Yeah, all of the anti all of the anti-Gamergate people who try to present the story as if it was some plot on the part of Steve Bannon to like get an online army of misogynists to support Trump. That's a pretty ridiculous claim that has no basis in that has very little basis in fact. They just need it as a narrative to excuse their own unpopularity and the idea that and I don't and I don't necessarily dismiss that Steve Bannon wanted to had Milo cover Gamergate because he wanted to uh get people to support his agenda. In fact, that's pretty much the definition of coalition building. Something that the left has completely forgotten how to do because they are far more interested in engaging in purity spirals and just excommunicating anybody the for any slight difference of opinion that they just don't seem to see that, you know, winning elections, actually getting some kind of political change means having to tolerate a diversity of different viewpoint of tolerate a diversity of different viewpoints and trying to come to some kind of and trying to come to some kind of compromise on things.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Another area where you touched upon this in part two of the documentary is the um, the conflict of interest regarding Nathan Grayson's third article about Zoe Quinn, which was the game jam. And
Yeah,
I've always hyped up, or not hyped up, but talked, in great detail about the second article, where he promoted her game over 49 others. I think that that's like obviously a very clear conflict of interest. Um, Even more so given how he went about doing it in the article. But the third article, I have only touched upon briefly when I talk about it. Um, but basically, from your documentary and from what I've gathered from other sources, Quinn had participated in this game jam
the
that
Polaris game jam.
she allegedly sabotaged on purpose. And I think you said that the con leaks even show that that's what happened, right? You even show the logs.
Yeah, the con chat leaks just show, they were open that, well, behind closed doors, discussing about how they would intentionally screw up shots and just like sabotage the set and just cause havoc, and how much how much Zoe Quinn just hated the other contestants and the other people that they had to work with.
And that at the same time, same day, I believe you said, that Nathan Grayson's article about the coverage of the game jam blowing up, that she made the domain for her own competing game jam,
Game Jam. Yeah,
Rebel
that
Game
was all
Jam,
in.
which didn't end up happening, but
Yeah, that was all in the Internet Aristocrat video. That the video that pretty much started Gamergate. That Adam Baldwin tweeted out the links to the two Internet Aristocrat videos with the hashtag Gamergate. And
he,
so that was important to cover.
yeah, and of course, it's worth noting that Nathan Grayson, as the journalist from Kotaku who was supposed to be covering the game jam, didn't dive too deep into why it failed, and didn't seem to ask very many difficult questions when he
Yeah.
interviewed Quinn.
Yeah, and the I forget he I forget what position he was, but Maddie Lessing, who was pretty much fired over this game jam going south, was had pretty much has a good case against Quinn if he wants to if he would like to take legal action. But yeah, I believe in another article covering the game jam, not Grayson's article, where it pretty much record where it pretty much has Zoe Quinn saying that she wants Maddie's head on a stick. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm thinking about. I was thinking about going down this route a little bit more in the conversation, but I'm not sure if I want to. Oh, it's it's interesting because I actually don't. This may shock people, but I don't actually know a huge amount about Zoe Quinn or Brianna Wu, and the more I find out, the more it looks like. So you could paint this picture, and some people have painted this picture, that these are two people who throughout their lives have caused a huge amount of mayhem in their self-interest and benefited considerably from it. In fact, they have. Brianna Wu was at one point making over $100,000 a month uh, in donations. Actually, I better double check that claim. Hang on one second.
In
It,
Patreon donations.
yeah, I believe it was I believe 130 something. But let me double check that because I want to be factually accurate.
And remember, folks, my Patreon, you can watch the film on my Patreon at Metalhead Film at patreon.com/metalheadfilms for $5 patrons and higher.
So Zoe Quinn was making $4,000 a month in donations,
Yeah.
and Brianna Wu was making 13,000, not 100. I'm sorry, $13,000 a month in donations for
Yes.
being, well, in theory for making video games, um, but also mostly because of their status as victims of Gamergate. in large part.
Yeah. And, if I had to give my opinion, I think, and this is what I think, I'm not making a statement of fact to fully indemnify myself again. I think that Zoe Quinn is just a pure sociopath. There is everything from what I've seen, from what she documented, things that she has said, and what others around her have said. She seems to be a completely self-interested individual who does not care who she has to step on in order to get what she wants. And that is why I have no interest of ever meeting this person. And that is also why in my first Indiegogo campaign to promote the film, promote the creation of the film, crowdfund for it, I set my target goal at 69,420 because she had another kickstart. She tried to kickstart another game where her goal was 69,420, and that was in, I think it was 2016, 2017, and she has yet to complete. She raised over $80,000 for the game and still has yet to complete it. Her last update was in 2018, and I don't know if there's been any update since then, but it doesn't look like it. So she's just been. So it just seems like she got away with taking all this money, and she got a lot of coverage from the mainstream media to do it. I remember Vice did an entire featurette on her Kickstarter, and she told her victim story from Gamergate and that, and made herself seem very victimized. And all this time she's been victimizing other people. So that seems like something that needs to be brought up.
Now, it does need to be said, though, that even though Brianna Wu and I don't look like we're going to have a bridge together, she has moderated her position a bit in recent years. Like,
Yeah,
what do you think about that?
I can accept the idea that a person grow, can grow and learn and moderate as a person. Though she continues to use the story of of the quote unquote harassment that she received during Gamergate. She keeps using Gamergate as a cudgel to promote herself and whatever she's doing. I believe she's working with Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks now for the Justice Democrats.
Well, she's running a super PAC, Rebellion PAC, I believe.
Rebellion. And yeah, she continues to use Gamergate as a story to promote herself, and I just don't. And it just seems like she doesn't have anything else to her name. She there is she can't say this is what I've she's got that one game that somehow won an award, but it's not much. That and she continues to and when she does promote herself using the GamerGate as a story, she is defaming everyone who supported she is defaming all GamerGate supporters in order to foster in order to expand her clout.
Well, to be clear though, she's moderated in the sense that she doesn't think everybody who supported Gamergate was bad now. She just thinks
Mm.
most of them are.
Oh, oh, that's
At
quite
least that's what Alex Baldwin says.
Alex.
The Hat Man. He's friends with
Oh,
her.
that.
Or well,
Oh,
she
Hatman.
considers him a friend.
Yeah. Well,
And like I want to be like, look, the fact is there were people out there who were wanting to fuck with her and were wanting to fuck with me and were wanting to fuck with other people who like did actually do real life shit, not just like tweeting a picture of a gun like Pterodax, but also Pterodax, we can't believe anything he says really, right? He could have done
yeah.
way more crazy shit that he won't admit to. We don't know. Um and but like there was like there were the Bill Wagner crew and like these people in Baphomet, like these people were like legit doxers. And so
Yeah.
like I wouldn't at all be surprised if she got doxxed. I wouldn't at all be surprised if there were people who did legitimately end up calling her on her phone and harassing her over the phone. Because like that's something that did happen to people. It happened to me even.
Yeah, do, I don't doubt it that there was even some people in that there were some people who used Gamergate as a pretext to harass people. I certainly believe that there were some people in Gamergate who did engage in harassment, but to report on that in to the exception of all else just feels dishonest to me.
Well, let's play devil's advocate a bit. So we do know that right, Rihanna Wu like she got a lot of hate. Um and not just from third party trolls, but like Milo Yiannopoulos outed
Yeah.
her as being allegedly trans. Ethan Ralph in his private Slack channel, which I've got the logs for, basically talked about how he wanted to make live streams just to fuck with her, basically. To live streams to basically just fuck with her. Not live streams covering a journalistic aspect of a story involving her, but just to fuck with her.
Yeah, but
And these are two
my
people who look, they have terrible reputations, even within the Gamergate community, at least now. But these two people were pretty heavily involved with Gamergate at some
yeah.
point.
Yeah, but they are pretty much they Ralph and Milo are pretty much professional assholes. That's their reputation.
But they also were professional assholes who, for a time, supported Gamergate and were assholes to people involved with Gamergate. And Ralph went after people on both sides later on because he had a bunch of beef with a bunch of Gamergate people, and he viewed himself after he left the movement, um, his own leaving, but also being condemned by a large number of people. Like the stuff that they did, that wasn't good stuff. Like outing Wu as trans for no journalistic reason, or or just what Ralph did with like Lily Fang and how he allowed the Bill Wagner crew to do that stuff using his platform. That was insane stuff. That should never happened.
I should have I'm not familiar with the Lily Fang.
the GamerGate
Uh,
supporter who died,
oh,
who
oh
allegedly
yeah.
committed suicide, and then Ralph allowed the Bill Wagner crew, Wild Goose with the Bill Wagner crew, to literally harass her friends and family, including her boyfriend, and also write an article on his website saying things like, "If I had friends like Lily Fang, I would. If I had friends like Nicole Sund and Oliver Campbell, I would kill myself too."
Oh, that is awful.
And then he posted a picture of a Valentine's Day card that says "I choose you" and shows a picture of a train, and she died because she was hit by a train.
Oh,
Like it, no, and then they created somebody created, we don't know who it was, a fake GoFundMe tr- um, to raise money for putting Nicole Sun's face on her headstone. Like,
oh.
and
Who's
Nicole was her
Nicole's
friend
son?
in real life, Colta Vivian.
Oh,
Like this was
and
this was next. This was way beyond the line.
yeah. So, yes. So yeah, fuck Ralph, I guess. If all of that's true, then
I can give you archives of it. He
fuck
also
Ralph.
Ralph allowed
Yeah.
Wild Goose, a third-party troll with the Bill Wagner group, to dox me, and I've got sources for that as well.
Oh yeah, then let it be on record that Ralph is an asshole and I don't support him. That
Yeah, I don't support him either, to be clear. But like,
yeah,
you can understand why Brianna Wu
and a
might.
lot of
Go ahead.
people in Gamergate disassociated with him, and so yeah, I think that shows that game that a lot of people in Gamergate did go well above and beyond condemning harassment, anything that was, even though there is nothing there are no rules that say that you must condemn all harassers within your movement. That does go a fair bit to say that how much that at least people within Gamergate made the attempt to to uh, to discourage harassment. There was also the Gamergate Harassment Patrol, which was covered in part one, and none of this got any play with the and none of this got any play with the media. And it just seems like the media held Gamergate to a standard that it didn't hold with anyone else. If I make the comparison in the second part to Black Lives Matter, another leaderless online movement whose supporters have not only engaged in harassment, but, you know, encouraged looting, rioting, violence towards people, and have some Black Lives Matter, and some people attached to Black Lives Matter have even outright murdered people. And yet, people continue to say that this doesn't reflect on Black Lives Matter as a whole. And yet, you could bring up these isolated cases of harassment or these or these fringe people like Ralph, and they say this is representative of all of Gamergate, when that yeah, it just seems really weird that two leaderless online movements should be held to such drastically different standards.
No, I completely agree with you in that take. And I do think that Ralph, to be clear, like was pretty much on the margins, actually.
Yeah.
Like I remember during Gamergate, his reputation really was garbage. And even before he did the stuff with Lily Fang, a lot of people hated him and would not associate with him, and he had a very bad reputation. Like that is like from within, I can tell you that that's 100% true. And then after the Lily Fang thing, there was almost no one willing to defend him. I think one guy defended him, like Getha and Seven, and like Christy Jr. and Male Goddess, who were like also were like GG Revolt people, defended him. Maybe I don't. Well, I don't. I shouldn't say that about Christy Jr. Male Goddess. I don't know if they defended him, but they were in his private chat room, and when this stuff was happening.
Oh.
Um, so I shouldn't make that accusation. Sorry, but but Milo, Milo, he was disliked by a large portion of GamerGate, but he also was liked by a lot of people, and a lot of other people, including myself for a while, I guess, were kind of willing to look the other way on some of that stuff.
And and he was and he did cover the game journal, the leaks of Game Journal Pros, uh, which was very which was a very instrumental part of Gamergate, which confirmed a lot of uh, assumptions on the part of of what many Gamergate people had, which was that the it was that journalists were colluding behind the scenes in order to manufacture a narrative. In fact, those email lists like Game Journal Pros in are not uncommon in the journalistic uh, in the press as a whole. They're in fact rather common, which is why so many press outlets seem to have similar takes on the on issues. Like there's that like during the George Floyd riots of 2020, you have all of these press outlets describing the protests as mostly peaceful, even when you can clearly see buildings burning in the background.
Right, and I think the most of the protests were peaceful. Like to be clear, it's just they never gave that same charity to GamerGate at all.
They were mostly peaceful in just most the most charitable sense of the word. If you want to say numerically that compared that the peaceful protests as compared to the violent protests, there were more peaceful protests than there were violent protests. Yes, they were mostly peaceful. Like I remember at the time, outside of my workplace, there was there was a protest going on, and the ratio of protesters to police was 1 to 3. That's because there was one protester and 3 policemen. It was the most peaceful protest I had ever seen. Like I believe that some of that 2 of the policemen just got bored and left like hours into the protest.
Yeah, and I do want to qualify my earlier statement a little bit before I get myself into trouble. Um, I don't think I ever turned the other cheek or like looked away from like the stuff Milo was doing, but most like I wasn't super familiar with Milo during GamerGate. Um, he might have like retweeted me once or twice, or maybe I retweeted him or something once or twice, but like in the early days. But I didn't know that he had outed Wu as trans, and like if I had known that, I probably would have been way more hostile to him than I was. But also, I didn't
And
like deliberately look into it. because I guess when I was 20 years old, because like some of the anti-Gamergate people brought it up, and I'm like, oh, that's bad if true or something, and I'm like, and then like super deep do a deep dive. Um, but I did, and then later on when he had the pedo stuff, I did come out and condemn him, and maybe maybe we shouldn't have looked the other way when he did that, because I think that actually really was wrong. Like there was no reason for him to do that in his story at all.
Uh,
Or do you disagree?
well, if you're covering a person and you're looking into their history, I could make a joke saying, "Well, does I I feel like okay, I'm wrestling around with saying this because it just seems so very it seems so mean and I don't want to be unnecessarily just mean. I know I've said a lot of things about Brianna, but is it any surprise that that she was trans?
Like, dude, I don't. It's none of my fucking business, dude. It's none of our fucking business. Like, it
I
wasn't.
know.
It wasn't like if she was like scamming people or something because of her trans identity, or like using that in some way that like a journalist would need to expose it. I think that would be fine. But like, she wasn't using her trans identity to scam people. She didn't talk about it at all. But anyway, dude, like, I don't get. I just want to like to play devil's advocate here because I really do need to. Especially given how this conversation's been going. Like,
Yeah.
I can understand why Brianna Wu doesn't like Gamergate.
Okay. I could understand and why she doesn't like why she doesn't like Milo. And if yeah, I could understand that though I could understand why she doesn't like Milo. He is pretty much just a proof. He's pretty much, as I said, a professional asshole. And that's how he that's how he made his career until it eventually caught up with him. And I've listened to the statements that he may that he made. I think it's really clear that Milo's got some issues that he has never appropriately worked out. That very it's yeah, it's very clear that because of the abuse he suffered when he was young, he's clearly lashing out. And and it eventually caught up with him.
Yeah. So let's get to your involvement with Gamergate. So you got involved what, like late 2014, roughly?
Uh, well, I followed it in like around October or around that part. I became familiar with it because I was a frequent reader of Badass Digest, which is now Birth Movies Death, the official blog of the Alamo Draft House. And what I noticed was that their coverage of Gamergate was just incredibly was just incredibly hostile, and it got increasingly so. And I was especially taken aback by writer for the site, Devin Ferrasi, and his articles on the subject that were really that seemed hostile to a point, which seemed really really hostile, like comparisons with Nazis and the Klan. And this was something that I had absolutely no reference for, so I decided to look into it and found that the research I did completely was the complete opposite of what the portrait they had painted.
So did you get involved as a supporter of the movement, or were you more of a neutral observer at the time?
I was mainly an observer, just watching things as it occurred, and that really kind of prepared me for making this documentary, which, since I was mainly a third party looking in on the controversy, so that gave me a way to try to sort out the narrative, try to sort out fact from fiction, and what else?
Okay, so I know you've told me before that you were more of an observer. Um, so I wasn't sure if I should use the pro Gamergate question list with you, or a neutral one. I could use like a
Well,
Go ahead.
I was like a well, I did make a film about it
Okay.
that d- that does it really come really hard on one side. So I don't know if that qualifies.
I can use like a modified version of the pro Gamergate questions, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I might change some wording a little bit here or there to make it more relevant for you. Um, so you view your work as being one that came down more on the pro Gamergate side?
Pretty much I can only say these facts are where what I came to, that from the observation of the facts, that this is the point I came to. And I just remembered something about Leon, a point about Liana Kersner that probably would have tied in better with the discussion about Brianna Wu and Milo and what else. But we can cover that now or later if you want.
We might not come back to it, so let's do it now if you don't mind.
Yeah. And that was why and if we didn't mention it, I mentioned Liana Kersner in I devote a not substantial but not insubstantial amount of time to Liana Kersner, mainly because I think she's a great commentator, and she was neutral to during much of the uh, controversy, and as a result, she got a lot of heat from both the pro and anti Gamergate side, from Milo in particular. And after Milo got into the trouble that led him to resigning from Breitbart, she had a very good response to it, because she has always contested that male victims of abuse are not listened to and believed enough, and that usually that usually shows itself in rather very ugly behavior down the line. And when Milo got fired from Breitbart, she was one of the few people who said, if I don't have sympathy for him in this one instance, this is not going, then I don't really believe in these principles and all. And I just felt like that was a really, really, that I think very positively of her for that she can take this person who was very mean to her in on multiple in many ways. I do cover that in the film. I do cover that in my film, and be the bigger person.
Yeah, I'm actually interviewing Liana in December, so next month.
Yeah, bef- I actually sent her a copy of I actually sent her a link to the film and told her about the parts that I covered, that I included of her, and she thanked me for that, and just think she and to just say that I think she's a nice person, good commentator, and she didn't deserve a lot of the grief that she got and she didn't deserve a lot of the grief that she got during Gamergate.
So in the documentary, you define GamerGate as being two things. You define GamerGate as being about
Well,
ethics in games. Well, sorry, you don't. But in the clips presented,
yeah,
it presents a case that GamerGate was about two things essentially, right? Ethics in games journalism and opposition to censorship.
yeah, pre- pretty much.
Well, can you
I
good.
My own personal definition of Gamergate is that it is the beginning of the end of the legacy media. Pretty much the first sign of the legacy media's death throes, where it's the first sign that the mainstream establishment was losing its grip on the tr- trust of the public, and that they would be craven enough and duplicitous enough to engage in the defamation of anybody who questioned their narrative.
So you got involved after you saw the birth movies death articles from Devin
It
Faraci and
was
others. So good.
Badass Digest at the time.
What made this so interesting and important for you personally?
Uh, Just that it seemed so unnecessarily hostile, and because I didn't have any context for what they were talking about, just seemed very, very weird. And also because Anita Sarkeesian was tied into it. And, at the time I was a follower of the Amazing Atheist and Thunderfoot on YouTube, and they were really big critics of her. I still I still do follow them. They just don't put out a lot of content anymore this nowadays, but they were really frequent critics of her, and the things that she said just seemed on its face just really, really bad criticism, like first year gender studies, bad criticism. Like, in college I have taken gender studies courses, and what she said wouldn't get a passing grade in that. So it just made me suspicious that this really bad commentary was getting plaudits from all these major news from all of these major news publications.
So, what was your experience like observing GamerGate? Did you interact with people at all?
Yeah, I interacted with people on the tag, and this was and this was really remarkable that I once brought up the subject of Amy Hennig, who used to be a writer and creative director at Naughty Dog Studios. She was one of the creative leads on the Jack and Daxter games and the Uncharted games. And she's pretty much got a really storied career. She was a writer on the Legacy of Kain games. A few people, she can put her name to 3 very successful video game series, and that is very admirable. So when she left Naughty Dog over creative differences, there was like this a lot of speculation about whether or not she was forced out by Neil Druckmann. Is certainly one of the characters who is accused of forcing Amy Hennig out of the job. And so it just feels very it just feels very appropriate that this company, and especially Neil Druckmann, that is very outwardly support that is very outwardly supportive of that, make very outward claims to supporting women and being feminist, should force out this probably one of the most successful female video game developers in the industry. It just makes a very convenient narrative. I brought this up in the tag, and people actually did not immediately glom onto narrative. They asked questions about if there's any evidence that supports this, and I guess there wasn't. I'm still, that whole story isn't clear about whether or not Amy Hennig left Naughty Dog of her own volition or was forced out. But it really impressed me that the these people, or at least the people that I interacted with, would not just immediately grab onto a story that confirmed their pre-existing biases, that they would ask for evidence and actually be skeptical about claims that are made, because there are not many people or politically motivated people who would do such a thing. People are really just predisposed to accept anything that confirms their biases. And I thought that was really impressive.
So, do you consider yourself a gamer, and what does that mean to you?
Oh, yeah, I've been a gamer my whole my whole life, even at periods in my life where I had to not where I couldn't buy the latest console or couldn't buy or wasn't investing as much time in games. I still followed the news, still followed the I still kept up with the industry. And for me, the word gamer means someone who invests a substantial amount of time in the hobby. Like, there are people who say that people who play Candy Crush are ga- are gamers, or any of those like casual mobile players. To me, that doesn't really count, because you are not you can invest a lot of time, but you can invest a lot of time and money in those things, but those things are really just designed to be time and money sinks. They are more comparable to gambling than they are to gaming. And the fact that they're on a platform, mobile phones that are not primarily used for the purpose of playing video games, makes them not doesn't so somebody who plays, mobile phone games aren't really can't really be called gamers.
Do you think it's useful to gatekeep the term gamer in that way?
Mm, useful? I think all hobbies, all cultures really kind of engage in gatekeeping. Like, if you if you're a metal, if you like metal, there's a whole there's are all kinds of there's a whole conversation about what qualifies as true, whether somebody is being true or they're being a poser. And I think that exists in all cultures, that people exist, that people make up, that the people within that subculture make up rules for what qualifies as being inside or outside of the culture, and they police it. If a subculture was perfectly inclusive, it would just be culture. There would be no, there would be nothing exclusive about it.
Well, to be clear, I actually do agree. I think that it is useful to draw a distinction between someone who's passionate about gaming as a hobby and someone who's like just playing Candy Crush on their phone. I think there is a distinction there that's worth that's worth exploring and talking about.
Yeah.
Is the term gamer gendered to you?
Uh no, but it does. I will say that there is a predictable skew to people who invest a majority of their time or a substantial amount of time in gaming. Like culture, that that hobby skews male. And that has to do with just general predisposition that men have for the kinds of activities they like to engage in.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, which some saw as also calling for an end to the gamer identity. What did you think of these articles?
Well, I actually didn't hear about them before I heard about them after I heard of the GamerGate controversy, and I just thought, oh, this is what caused it. But if I were to, like, about the contents of the whole, I'd say that if you're making broad generalizations about entire groups of people and you're not being charitable, you're being extraordinarily judgmental and condemning people about it, you can't really you can't re- really expect anything good to come out of that,
Why do you think they wrote these articles?
because the press is a monoculture. The Not just the gaming press, but the press as a whole. They all seem to come that, and there have been stu- studies about this, that the majority of the press, that journalists come from a specific demographic of college educated people on the east and west coasts, that they come from a particular socioeconomic class, they have particular beliefs, sociopolitical beliefs, And when you are in a culture that does nothing but constantly reinforce your preconceptions, that you can't help but act a little arrogant and see your air and see your arrogance as a and see arrogance as a virtue.
If the games press had tried to reform or even just ignored the ethical questions, instead of publishing the Gamers Are Dead articles, do you think that GamerGate still would have happened?
Mm, no, I don't believe so. Oh, but that would imply that the press, that the people in the press have any sort of awareness of their faults and a desire for self-improvement.
And you don't think they do?
No. I think they are in a pretty hermetically sealed bubble that they are not willing to venture out of. Of course, that's a broad generalization, but that's, I'm just going to say most of the people inside these large media outlets, these big publications, are in a per, are in a are inhabit a monoculture.
Well, Ray, we know what you think of normal journalism. Do you want to tell us what you think of games journalism?
Oh, oh, I'm tempted to say I don't think about them, but just how little they occupy my, just how little that they occupy my mind. But I think that with a lot of that a lot of games journalists and a lot of journalists as a whole have just sort of have the contempt for the concept of objectivity, transparency, and accepting any sort of criticism. And there, as I've mentioned earlier, there's a way to be that, sure, everybody does have a certain amount of inherent bias, but that doesn't preclude anybody from being objective. It just requires to be transparent in your methods and changing your opinions to conform to the evidence, and accepting criticism.
Well, were there any reforms that you would have liked to have seen happen to the Games Press or would still like to see happen?
Hmm. Oh, I'm not even sure if reform is possible at this point. It's like most press outlets are just on a one-way track to complete irrelevance and financial bankruptcy, if not moral bankruptcy.
Sorry, I'm also eating.
There's yeah, and you can't treat the press as a monolith. There's not one singular entity. In order to, if they really wanted to reform, it would be a pattern of behavior across a period of time. They would try to police their practices and try to say, and whenever there's somebody being an example of somebody within their ranks being unethical, they would have to call that out. But as I said earlier, there's a strange kind of solidarity within the press where an attack on one is an attack on all. You can see this from the one of the best examples of this is the Time Magazine's Person of the Year 2018, which they decided to give to the whole of the journalistic profession, which they dubbed the Guardians of Truth. Now for their cover image, they did cite specific instances such as Jamal Khashoggi and the crew of the Capital Gazette were who were actually physically attacked and were paid a fatal price for what they did, but attempting to use those isolated instances as a but in their coverage of the story, they did explicitly say that it was because that they made this choice because of attacks on the press by people like Trump and saying fake news and the gradual descending of trust the general populace has with the news media. And they decided to promote the exception as if it was some sort of rule, but it's not. But I just don't feel that they are willing or even able to uh, improve themselves.
I know you've talked about this a little bit, but anything else you want to talk about regarding how responsive the games journalism was to reforms?
Well, some did update their ethics policies, but if, yeah, that didn't really that didn't really change much. They adopted the outward appearance of having an ethics policy, and from then on, the games press and much of the national press has just gotten worse. Much worse.
If you were the editor in chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were accused of ethical violations, how would you have handled the situation?
Well, if I was the If I was the owner of a publication, I would just liquidate the assets, take the money, and run because there's just no future in it. But hypothetically, if I was the editor in chief, I would just honestly, I would just honestly try to address the issue as best as I could. Address address the readership that this has been noted and reprimand the employee uh, befittingly, like if there was, like, say, if there was no disclosure that that the journalist was friends with this person, immediately put a disclosure, immediately put a correction and a disclosure that the journalist is friends with the subject involved in the article. If it was like an even larger ethical issue, like plagiarism is pretty much a uh, fireable offense. And yeah, just honesty is the best policy in that in that instance.
All right. Do you think that there is still a role? I know you're very pessimistic, but do you think there's still a role for good games journalism? And if so, what does that look like to you?
Well, journalism in terms of these publications with large with very large staffs and very big and very large readerships, I feel like that's on the way out. The future of games journalism and journalism as a whole, I think it would be very small individual team, very small teams that revolve around individual personalities that where the public can have a very clear idea of the biases and the presuppositions of the journalist, and we're starting to see that now with YouTube and Substack and and just very recently with with the Second Wind guys who left the Escapist and decided to build a build their own game their own gaming publication or or media publisher, however they might call themselves.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that actually, since that's a pretty recent development that's happened.
Yeah.
Um, in September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. What did you think of this revelation?
Well, it wasn't much of a, as I've said, I've learned about it in the past tense that I only learned about it after the fact. And it was kind of expected from my previous experience with journalists is that they keep a that they have a weird kind of solidarity amongst them and always communicate with each other on the down low, and learned about that during the production of Shoreham, and it has stayed with me since
Do you think that that's so? Sorry. Do you think that it's okay for people working in the same industry like this to communicate with each other?
well, when your job involves sorting out, seeking the truth and reporting it, and communication with massive amounts of people, communication with the general population, I think keeping something like that a secret is pretty is just not a very good practice. And it really shouldn't be and it really shouldn't be tolerated because we should have a multiplicity of views within the we should have a multiplicity of views within the press, and if these journalists are behind the scenes kind of just colluding on what to make the narrative of the day, that's not a multiplicity of views. That's just you're not getting a multiplicity of views. You're just getting a monolith of what is the industry sanctioned idea of the truth.
I agree. If they're colluding on narratives, that's really bad. But like, I'm a YouTuber slash streamer slash author slash journalist right now. I talk with other people quite a bit who are also YouTubers and streamers, and I'm talking with a documentary filmmaker about the one of the topics that I'm covering right now.
Yeah, though we're doing it in the open. This is being live streamed.
True, but like if it were the case that I reached out to you in private, and let's say we got like four other people, and we made a group chat to talk about GamerGate projects that we're working on, would that be unethical?
Well, I don't consider myself a journalist, and I think that journalism and documentary filmmaking are two different things. So, yeah, if there is any substantial communication between journalists who supposedly represent different outlets, that's something be that should be recognized. I mean, you don't have to publish the communications. You don't have to publish the communications online. Though you don't have to publish the communications online, but there should be some sort of open acknowledgement of the kinds of channels that information gets passed through. I think the journalism is really kind of drifting in that direction where we have WikiLeaks and where anybody can just, if they want to get some information published to the general public, they can just release it. They can just release it online, and where the journalist's job is to merely summarize being what's being stated.
I don't know if
The
that's
inform-
true. I think the best journalism, and we don't see enough of it, is investigative journalism.
Mm. Yeah,
Like what
that
I'm doing, really.
invest. Yeah, and it's really kind of a conundrum of how do you finance such investigative journalism?
Well, honestly, I'm not making any money off this at all. So I'm actually thinking about. Well, actually, I wanted to talk to you about this. You obviously made a whole fucking documentary about Gamergate, and a lot of
Yeah.
people did support you in doing this, but it is a little bit shocking that more people didn't care.
Yeah. Didn't care about the documentary.
Well, I mean, like obviously you got 1,300 views on the first part that you released for free on YouTube, and it just came out like 3 weeks ago, so the view counts are still going up. Um, but like, well, financially, I know you did do an Indiegogo, right? And did you meet your
Yeah.
goals on Indiegogo?
No.
How close did you get?
Uh about 1 to 2,000.
And then you
That
also,
is why
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. That is why everybody listening should go to patreon.com/metalheadfilms and become a patron, where patrons $5 and up can get access, can see Airplay Part 2, can watch the complete Airplay documentary.
And I do believe that you are making about 45 roughly dollars a month in Patreon donations for the project. Now, some of those
Yeah.
people might have only bought it, so only be donating for 1 month, so they can get the part two of the documentary, and then they might not
Yeah.
renew. That's possible, but
Yes.
so there is some level of interest. Some people are willing to put their money behind this, but it doesn't seem like it's as many as I would think. Why do you think that is?
Probably because I'm not really good at marketing, and I work a day job and can't quite, and don't really have the time or connections to like get this out more. That's what I uh, hopefully with this interview that would be a springboard to bigger things.
Yeah, hopefully. And I did send you a list of like people who might be interested in talking about this. Have you reached out to some of those people?
When was that?
I DM'd you on Discord like I don't know, a month ago,
Hmm.
3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, uh October 25th. Oh yeah. Yeah, though a lot of those people, they don't have any previous knowledge of my work. All I just have is like this one documentary and a couple of clips on my YouTube page. So if you reach out to somebody with a lot of followers and say, "Hey, would you?" And I'm just an anonymous person. I don't have any connection to these people, and the best I could do is super chat,
Well,
which
a lot of the streamers are in my Discord actually. A lot of streamers and YouTubers are. You could try reaching out to some of those people. Sorry, you did cut out slightly earlier because I walked too far away. I have a wireless
yeah,
headset. Um, but I think I got the gist of it mostly. you could definitely read. Like, I'm interview a bunch of people are interviewing me. I'm being interviewed on Thursday by Angela Knight. Now, I don't know if how interested she would be in interviewing you necessarily, but she's a really cool person. Neve
Yeah.
interviewed me already. She's a streamer. Um, Stardust is probably going to be interviewing me, she says. So I'm excited for that. And like a lot of, and I've got a whole list. I've got a whole list of people I'm going to be going
Yeah.
contacting. Most of them I haven't contacted yet. Podcasts, um, media outlets, for better or worse. I hope that they do a fair
Oh,
job. Games journalists, publications. Also hope they do a fair job. YouTubers, streamers, um, pretty much anybody. I'm willing to talk to pretty much anybody, and yeah, and explain the project, explain what GamerGate was, and a lot of people are interested in hearing about this. And you
yeah.
haven't done a very good job marketing it, no offense, but
Yeah,
you can
I know.
change that. You can change that, and it's obviously something you put a lot of work into.
Yeah.
And I don't have connections either, like the streamer world or the I had no connections at all, but I was able to network very well with a large number of big streamers.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, they'll have their emails out there publicly. Just shoot them an email, shoot them a DM on Twitter or on Discord, and they're in. A lot of them are in my Discord. A lot of them are in Food Shop's Discord. You can get in touch with these people.
Well, I'm no longer in Food Shop's Discord.
She was less receptive to the idea, though she might be
Yeah.
interviewing me about this. I don't know. We'll see what she's not a big fan of the topic. uh,
Yeah. I think it was is uh because she had how does Food Shop identify?
she.
Yeah. It's because she I guess she had strict rules about self-promotion, and whenever I would post a clip that was relevant to the conversation, I would get a warning about z- that you can only self-promote on a certain thread, and
In the self promotion channel, yeah.
yeah, in the self-promotion channel, and I just that just couldn't get through my mind with but just kept replying, but it's relevant to the conversation where my work is no different from than what I'm trying to say.
Did you end up leaving or did you get banned?
I think I got banned.
Well, I know the moderators there and I know her, so I could reach out if you want to see if they can
I,
unban you. But
I don't I I was really only interested is as it related to the topic itself, but you know, you can put a good word in for me. Though I'm not in a I don't want to rustle any jimmies over there.
no, I think they'd be pretty cool with hearing you out. It's like just don't promote your shit anywhere except for the self promotion
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Um, let's try and get through this relatively quickly since I spent a lot of time and we're not always the fastest talker.
Oh
So
yeah.
let's go
Okay.
ahead and all right. What do you think of deep freeze?
Deep freeze, very good. It could be a model going forward, though people like Elon Musk have put out have suggested similar kinds of sites where you can track and rate journalists and certain media outlets on reliability. And as soon and I think it was at that point, as soon as he suggested that the entire media world turned against Elon Musk. I'm pretty sure it was that particular instance that as soon as he suggested any kind of public forum for critiquing and criticizing journalists that he suddenly started getting all of this bad press.
Yeah, well, he also says a lot of really stupid stuff on
Yeah,
Twitter.
he does. As a fellow, as a fellow Aspie, I know where it's coming from. I can relate.
We've got a question from Mist Sonata in the chat. If you remember, she was one of the people who was in the Airplay watch party and watched part of your documentary with us. She asks, what would disclosure of Game Journal Pro look like, though? If that sort of thing doesn't need to be public, where and how would they be expected to announce it? Should they put out a press release, an article? Do they have an obligation to continue to bring attention to it after it's first announced?
Hmm. I'm not going to pretend that I have all of the answer. I'm not going to pretend that I have all of the answers, but you know, just a frequent disclosures that people are on some kind of communication channel and that online since online discourse is very different from in-person discourse, that it should be, if it's not disclosed, I've given thought to possibly, if Elon Musk is interested, offering cash prizes to any journalist who exposes the internal communications of these secret communications channels, which would be which would probably get them shunned from the entire which would probably get the individual journalists who expose these things shunned from the press. But it would be good to know that these people are on some sort of channel, or just to have the public existence of the channel and who is communication, not just the communications themselves, to be public, to just know that these people are in communication with one another. Or it could be a policy that, or it could be a part of an ethics policy to only engage in public communication through readily available social media channels. That is one possibility. I'm not saying that they should do it or if it's necessarily a good idea. That's just what I'm thinking right now.
In August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay conference. This conference ended up being um, sort of the main focus of your GamerGate documentary.
Mhm.
So I guess it's a good question to ask you. What did you think of Airplay?
Well, I think my documentary on the event pretty much says it all, which you can watch at patreon.com/metalheadfilms for patrons $5 and up.
Why do you think? Really, dude? You're gonna cuck my answer like that by promoting your shit?
Well, it's pretty Well, is it? Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. If people want to know my thoughts on the event, they can watch the documentary.
Why do you think the media largely didn't cover SPJ Airplay?
At the time, I probably would have said because it was a minor story that didn't warrant any major media coverage. But with the Trump years, where every single attack on the press was amplified to a ridiculous degree, we had Caesar Soyak, the MAGA bomber who sent a mail bomb to CNN, and with my previously stated Time Magazine's Person of the Year for 2018, which they called the Guardians of Truth. It just seems very strange that that nobody would cover this threat made against two of the most prominent journalistic institutions in the country, the Society of Professional Journalists and the Poynter Institute. And that, especially because this was a threat made again, Airplay was only a smaller part of a bigger conference held by, I believe it was an African American and Hispanic Journalists Society that I
Well,
forget the name of.
Airplay was hosted by the SPJ itself. Well, at the SPJ's
Yes,
annual conference.
yeah, and this was part of a conference hosted by the uh it was either an African American or Hispanic Journalists Association. So they could have framed the story like that, but the fact that they didn't really only suggests to me that they didn't do it because they were critical of because the discussion was critical of the press as a whole, and and in 2019 the New York Times published a multi-page full color op-ed of gamer called Everything is Gamergate, where they discuss the controversy, where they pretty much give the typical media harassment campaign line about Gamergate. Even Brianna Wu contributed to that collection of op-eds, and they did not mention a word of SPJ Airplay. So and if they and it is a possibility they were just simply ignorant of the subject, but I have a assumption that even if they were knowledgeable about the subject, they would not have printed it.
Do you have any thoughts on other GamerGate panels like the South by Southwest Save Point panel or my panels at Arch Anime and Natsucon?
I haven't seen either of them.
Oh, those can be your next documentary.
Are there any bomb threats during them?
No, but my third panel that I was planning on hosting at Archon was canceled by a social justice warrior mob, or well, a mob of online people who didn't want it to happen. Yeah, true.
Yes. So didn't know about either of them. I didn't know if there was any footage of them.
Well,
So
my two panels, they were uploaded online, though they I can't find them anymore. And then I'm sure someone's got an archive somewhere, and if you do, please send it to me. And the Save Point panel at South by Southwest, I believe that's still up on YouTube.
yeah, okay.
Were you aware that there was a small group of people, including Game Diviner and some others, who believed that GamerGate should have ended after Airplay?
Yeah, I have heard that. I have heard that opinion, whether it's just a idea that this marks the logical endpoint of the controversy, or if there is more stuff that needs to be done in a leaderless movement. You're going to have controversies like that. But if you're looking for a moment where you can say that representatives from the SPJ and Pointer Institute were able to confirm the claims of journalistic misconduct were legitimate, that's where you can say it happened.
Do you think that the GamerGate banner should have been used to take on industry issues outside of gaming journalism?
Well, with a leaderless movement, the reason why part of the reason why they focused on censorship and ethics to the exclusion of all other issues was because if you keep adding on all different goals and all different causes, you just run the risk of the group of causing uh, schisms and causing the group to splinter into different factions. And that's really what killed Occupy Wall Street. And because they were just layering on more and more all of these social justice issues where individual members just argued over and came to clashes over that the center just couldn't hold, and it a lot of people just came away from it feeling very kind of alienated and just didn't get a lot done.
What do you think of the people who say that GamerGate, for better or worse, became this cultural flashpoint, and that GamerGate was synonymous or heavily overlapped with the generalized anti-SJW sentiment that was common on the internet at the time? Do you think that was a GamerGate phenomenon? The people who were talking about social justice stuff or critical of social justice stuff. Do you think that was a GamerGate thing, or only tangentially, or no?
Well, it got roped in because a lot of the journalists who were guilty of ethical misconduct were also these huge social justice advocates that that tied everything to that associated everything that they did and everything and any criticism against them as opposition to their social justice causes. So it's really just, and this was the first time that we really saw people react to these social justice advocates in a way that really got a lot of attention. So it allowed people who were already inclined to to react negatively to these social justice advocates to see that there was already a movement against them, a movement to try to combat them, and those who were inclined to be social justice advocates to associate any reaction against them with a particular group. Jonathan Haidt has the philosopher, is he a philosopher or is just a legal expert?
He's a very well respected person. He's done a lot of great work. I don't know if he's a philosopher technically, but
yeah, he recently had an article, I think it was in the Atlantic, that was subtitled "Why the Past 10 Years Have Been Uniquely Stupid." And he attributes this to, in 2014, and in his interview with Barry Weiss of Honestly, he just offhandedly mentions Gamergate as the beginning of this. He doesn't comment on it. He just says this started in the first time that this started to show its face was in 2014 with Gamergate. And that's all he says about the subject. And so I got in contact with him and sent him links to my documentary. Don't know if he's watched it yet. He's working on 2 books. So we've yet to hear a word from him. But the thing about 2014 was that was the first year that a majority of people were on social media. And that was social media that really changed the dynamics of how we interact with one another. Because in the social media world, you are constantly fed a stream of news reports and information that are designed to reinforce your preconceived notions. The algorithms are set up in such a way to keep you scrolling, to keep you hitting like and subscribe. So it feeds you content that you're already inclined to like. So that traps people in echo chambers where they are told that they are the side of justice and they are on the side of justice and everybody else is the irritant. Everybody else is inhumane monsters. And so and because Gamergate came about in that time, that was the first real conflict major conflict, I should say, which occurred on social media that that it makes a good case that that was the really first big conflict of the social media age that has repercussions to this day.
Raymond, do you have any thoughts on Operation Disrespectful Nod and the email campaigns against the advertisers of the supposedly corrupt gaming websites?
Uh, yeah, such email campaign. Yeah, there has been a lot of talk in recent years and about cancel culture and that other similar email campaigns have been used to harm people whose infractions are rather minor. I think what separates Operation Disrespectful Nod from a or something like Operation UV, things that from any other cancel culture campaign you can is that with sites like Gawker, Gama Sutra, and things like that, you can point to you can point to actual substantive ethical violations, things that may not just be violations of journalistic ethics, but violations of probably the law, because a lot of things that Gawker eventually their actions eventually caught up with them, but some things that were just legally some things that were just legally and morally outrageous. While a typical well, the difference between that and a cancel culture campaign is that the violations of somebody who is being canceled is a violation against a relatively minor infractions against these against a very where people are placed on a very esoteric standard of who are being judged by a very esoteric standard, such as microaggressions or any other kind of violation of intersectional politics.
Do you have any thoughts on the artistic freedom side of Gamergate?
Yeah, as I said, that the campaigns against video games like Mortal Kombat were, what got me interested in concepts of freedom of speech, free expression, advocacy, and my initial interest in it was just a reflexive disgust against anybody who would want to take away the games that I love. But as I grew up, that fell into a more principled stance of free on freedom of expression, freedom of belief, freedom of association, and artistic freedom is just as important as any kind of uh, political expression or any kind of freedom of conscience. So, yeah, and I mainly I knew GamerGate from the came into GamerGate knowing about Anita Sarkeesian and the definite and the kind of condemnation of artistic free expression that types like her wanted to impose on people. So, yeah, it's something that is very a big concern of mine.
What do you think of arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
There's little to no evidence that suggests that.
Yeah, normally I push back here a real lot, but we're gonna be this interview is gonna go on forever. I'll push
Yeah,
back a little bit though, because I feel it's important. What do you
yeah.
think of? Do you think that video games are artistic works that can influence the way people see the world?
Yeah, they can influence the way well they can provide well they can influence the way people see the world in the way that it shows it presents people with a way that other people see the world. It creates a much like any other art form, it creates hypothetical scenarios that allow people to entertain ideas and situations that they would not have been able to experience otherwise. Like if you say play a game where a male protagonist calls the where the male protagonist you play can like let's just say slap around some women, not that that scenario even is shown, not that that scenario is even given is presented a lot in games. It provides an outlet for people to entertain though to entertain that kind of behavior, and I and very rarely do I think that it would make people think that that kind of behavior is acceptable. You there?
Yeah, sorry. I was reading something. Um, okay. So, if video games can influence the way people think about things, can it make them think about things in negative ways, and those negative thoughts can influence their actions, either subconsciously or consciously?
Influence their actions. I mean, as I said, I don't think it can. I really don't believe that would influence their. I really don't believe it would influence their action. It would influence anybody's actions.
But actions are influenced by our thoughts all the time, yes?
Yeah, but people are capable of differentiating between fact and fiction.
But fiction can also, in some ways, change the way people think, right? That's partly why we engage with it.
It allows us to entertain hypothetical scenarios, but people are perfectly capable of discerning between the hypothetical and the actual. People who aren't are people who aren't are schizophrenic. I believe that's the actual medical definition of schizophrenic, unable to differentiate between the hypothetical and the actual.
What do you think of past attempts to link video games to violence or censor games in the past, such as Jack Thompson?
As I said, I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now, and it just really encouraged me to look into uh, uh, the concept of free exp- of free expression, freedom of speech, and be more of an advocate for the free expression, free artistic expression, and the free expression of ideas.
Some political activists believed that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as hashtag change the cover. What did you think of this tactic?
If it if it was to change the cover, I just thought was spurious and dumb and didn't do anything. If you don't want to engage with a particular piece of media, don't engage with it. Nobody's forcing you to do so. Oh, yeah, and that's my thought about it.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and advocacy of censorship?
Between artistic criticism and advocacy of censorship,
Or, well, criticism in general, which I guess would be artistic criticism in this context, and advocacy of censorship?
it's the difference between saying, I don't like this, and I don't like the difference between saying, I don't like this, and I don't like this, and nobody should be able to watch it, experience it either.
Do you have any thoughts on the removal of content from Japanese or other foreign games when they are localized?
Well, when they're localized, there's when you bring something from one culture into another culture, there are some things that are just going to be lost in translation. Like when you, there are some things that are just going to be lost in translation, but when a person person whose job it is to translate, who is in charge of the localization, deliberately adds or removes things that wasn't present in the original piece of media, that is not doing that is when they're not doing their job. Actively they're actively trying to change the media they, that and they're interfering with the work between the author and the customer.
All right, Raymond. We're about to move on to the gaming and politics section. We are about halfway through the question list. Uh, we've already gone over 3 hours. I'm doing okay, but if you want to take 5, we can, use the restroom, stretch your legs, whatever. I know these things can
Okay.
go for a while. It's up to you. Do you
Oh,
want to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to keep going? I'm cool either way.
okay. I'll take 5.
Okay, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Hey, chat.
Okay, what
I'm
time
on.
is it now?
It is 9:23 Central, Eastern. 9:23 Eastern.
Okay.
All right, so I'll see you in just a few minutes here.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Hey, chat, what's up? Mr. Nada, Milspec Monkey, Porcelain Chips, Devil's Advocate, what's up? Everyone have a good Thanksgiving? Oh, that sounds like it really sucks.
What's that?
Oh, I was talking to the chat. Welcome back.
Okay.
All right. All right. Some critics have Gamergate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
No, well, if they want to make that claim, they would have to present evidence for it, and there's no evidence that support. And I can't think of any evidence that supports that that assessment. If anything, if anything, it's the opposite. All we have to go on is Brad Glasgow's study, and that comes to a different conclusion.
Right. And we talked earlier about this idea before because it came up in your documentary. So we discussed that at length in the beginning. If anyone missed that, do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy, Raymond?
I identify generally as a libertarian. I lean to the left or right depending on how I feel that day.
Have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
Uh, really not not because of Gamergate. My association, my association was really for that was really to defend was really based on the liberal principle of artistic free expression, freedom of speech, and whatnot. If anything, I've I can't say that my views on the subject have changed, but being able to interact with people who think differently with opinions different than mine just gave me just greater insight into what those political beliefs are. Yeah, just gave me greater insight to how I identify. Like when Trump got elected, really I really hated I did not like Trump. I did not vote for him, but I and really thought he initially I thought he would be a terrible president, and though having interacted with people who are of that persuasion, I can see their side on some of I could see their side on some of the issues. So now I can say that my final assessment is if he didn't lead a riot onto the Capitol building his last week in office, Trump would not have been the worst president in this country's history.
Are you okay
He
with?
was
Go ahead.
he was one he was one failed coup short of mediocrity.
Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
Yeah, but they would have to really state that up front. Like if it was part of the if it was part of the goals of the site, or if you're an individual personality, like if I know what the interests or presuppositions that a critic is passing their judge, what kind of lens the person is passing their judgment through, I would be less inclined to complain. Though if your job is to just report the news, then you should really keep your own opinions out of that.
This is something I wanted to bring up with other people, perhaps. But is there a distinction between like I'm going to review this game through a feminist lens? That's obviously something that some people do, and there's websites out there dedicated to that. But is it really fair to say that like a GameSpot journalist who includes like a two sentences in their article saying, "Oh, and I think this game is sexist too because of this reason," is that really analyzing a game through a feminist lens, or is that just them stating their opinion
Well,
about the game specifically without it being a feminist lens inherently?
that just goes into the uh, really usefulness of philosophical lenses. Like you were to if you are examining something from a feminist point of view, uh, if you are examining something from a feminist point of view, you can acknowledge that that is how a feminist would examine something, that would examine a certain piece of media, but you can't treat you can't treat it as if everybody thinks uses that particular lens. You can't treat your own experience as if it is the rule, as if it is the rule that everybody, as if it is the same lens that everybody looks through.
Do you think that there can be any value in analyzing games or other works of art through political lenses?
Yeah, I've done so in the past through many different kinds of media. Through That's what most of my college career was just examining films through all different sorts of lenses, was through all different kinds of lenses. That the real utility in it is being able to understand how other people might view something, is trying to understand how other people might view something. But the problem with a lot of games journalists and most journalists now is that they are completely locked inside a singular ideological lens, and they treat that as the only single view that anybody could have on such a piece of media or on such a particular topic, where they forget that the utility is trying to view the is trying to understand that people think differently.
Some people say that Gamergate was the quote unquote first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I think we covered this before with
We did.
yeah, with Jonathan. The way Jonathan Haidt certainly, yeah, Jonathan Haidt certainly does, and that was the first real controversy that took place over social media. Though I think a lot of the cult that because some people because the opposition to Gamergate was uniformly these very far left political advocates. A lot of people assume that the opposition to these far left political advocates were the opposite of that. Were just far right political advocates it couldn't have when it couldn't have been different. Oh, it was just a real diverse group of people who were against a really homogenous group of people. And that can be seen that from because of who all the people who came together as a result of Gamergate eventually drifted apart because they had very little in common outside of they agreed on this one controversy. Like if you've seen well, if you've seen part 2 of my documentary, I deal a lot with the VidCon confrontation, the 2017 VidCon confrontation between Anita Sarkeesian and Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin. And I wanted to get as many people who were in that group photo with Carl at the IHOP because most of those people also did comment on Gamergate, like Chris Raygun, Shoe on Head, Vernaculus, and I Armored Skeptic, but his scene was deleted from the document, but he is in a deleted scene. There's also yeah. And the thing is, all of those people are now I think some of them are still friendly, but they're now running in completely different circles because they had very little in common outside of their agreement on this one issue.
James Desborough, who I've interviewed, and who
Yeah.
you used his audiobook as a resource for the documentary.
Yeah.
He views Gamergate specifically the he views Gamergate through a moral panic lens, and this comes up in your documentary as well, where it's this perception that that the people who are criticizing well, video games and Gamergate are acting in response to a moral panic, essentially, or engaged in a moral panic because Gamergate doesn't actually. It isn't. So from James Desborough's perspective, Gamergate isn't the hate mob that the media said it was and blew it up to be, and video games don't cause people to become sexist or increase sexist attitudes in society. He would disagree with, I believe it's safe to say, he would disagree with both of those framings of things, and he critiques it as a moral panic. And you've touched upon this in your documentary a little bit. What do you think of that idea, that Gamergate or the response to it was a moral panic?
Well, the moral panic stuff was really the first thing that I worked on because of what I said before. I grew up, if I grew up in a certain number of these moral panics from Jack Tom. If not, well, I was too young for most of them. Well, I was, I don't think I was even born yet until when some of those other when some of those other moral panics started. But I was really ensconced in the culture of it. Like, I was very receptive to the PM. Like, I learned about the PMRC hearings. I learned about the Dungeons and Dragons panic. I, you know, I learned. I experienced the Jack Thompson affair and his attempts to exploit moral panics. And so it was something that I was very familiar with when I started. I even I only learned about the concept of a moral panic through reading his book and learned about the uh and learned about folk devils and moral panics through this research. And so it was something that I agreed with a lot.
You know, it's funny actually. I was thinking about this the other day. The Dungeons and Dragons moral panic. God, fuck those people. I'm opposed to moral panics as a general matter, but like honestly, Dungeons. Like, I wouldn't want to be growing up any period before the 70s. Well, for like a number of reasons, right? There's like the whole like segregation thing, and like that's bad, and other stuff like that. But also like, what the fuck are you gonna do, right? Like 1970s, you've got fucking Dungeons and Dragons and
Yeah,
other
and
tabletop games. It's like one of like the it's like one of the few like really awesome, amazing things you could do and imaginative things you could do in the 1970s.
yeah, and there was the Frederick Wortham in the 1950s who who had a moral crusade against comic books. I learned about that through who the documentary Comic Book Confidential by, I believe it's Ron Mann. That was I used some clips from his documentary in my specifically the stuff that touched upon Frederick Wortham and the Comics Code.
Yeah, and maybe that's a little bit unfair to people who were alive prior to the 1970s, because like
Uh,
there were like other like you had books, you had sports, you had comic books to some extent, though they were heavily censored. Um, like there were other things that I would be interested in to some extent, but like, well, not really any of those, really. But tabletop, man, I love tabletop, and I'd be okay. I'd be okay as a teenager in the 70s. I don't know if I'd be okay as a teenager in the 50s or 60s or 40s. It just sounds like it would be so boring.
Yeah.
um, what do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believed in classical liberal values like artistic freedom, freedom of speech, and pluralism, versus those who didn't?
Well, I think you can find exceptions, but generally, like the pe- like generally social many of the social justice advocates and activist journalists that you saw promoting the harassment narrative around Gamergate, a lot of them subscribe to uh, many uh co- they uh, subscribe to the concept of intersectional politics, which grew out of critical theory, which is an explicitly anti-liberal ideology. If you look up the founders of critical theory, their entire worldview is based on the corruption and destruction of liberal society.
Well, hang on, hang on. I feel like I should be pushing back on this. Though, like,
Go ahead.
I'm not familiar enough with like the arguments that I don't know if I'd be able to do it well. Um,
Yeah.
well, wouldn't they say that part of living in a liberal society means that you should also take into consideration? I'm completely making this up as I go, so this is not an area where I've done a huge amount of research at all. But if I were to like try and steelman them based on like, I don't know, just fucking play along with it, please. Wouldn't they argue, or couldn't somebody argue that in order to live in a liberal society, you need to analyze things through the critical race theory lens or the other types of lenses that exist, critical theory lenses that exist, because then it will help you solve inequalities in that society and make it a better, more just liberal society. And that you
Well,
can't do that without the critical theory lens.
well, allow me to get into my background with critical theory. Who was the person you had the food shops debate with?
Nine Tails Fox.
Nine Tails Fox. Well, they brought up Herbert Marcuse that in their debate, and that just triggered me something awful because when I was in college, I was in my last year and I needed credits to fill up my degree. And so there was this course being offered that was impossible to fail called critical theory. And so I've taken courses on film theory, feminist theory, and I thought, oh, this might be interesting and it'll get me the credit that I need. And as it turns out, critical theory, it's just Marxism. It's just Marxism in a new package. That's all it is.
Well, they're
And
yeah. I don't know if the critical theory people would consider themselves to be liberal or not. In fact, they might openly reject the term. I'm not
they
sure,
don't. Yeah.
but I
And
don't know
one
enough
of
about their philosophy to say. So
and one of the books we had to read was Herbert Marcuse's One-Dimensional Man. And this is quite possibly the worst book I've ever read. And as you know what Noam Chomsky said about Herbert Marcuse? He said, "Nice man, horrible ideas." I believe Christopher Hitchens referred to Herbert Marcuse's ideas as moral idiocy. And it's very easy to see why, because all of his uh, all of his ideas are merely trying to rationalize illiberal behavior. His criticism of Karl Popper's The Paradox of Tolerance is merely an excuse for left-wing violence and the censorship of right-wing ideas. It's all to read his book, to read One Dimensional Man, is to just see motivated reasoning in full gallop. All of these people from the Frankfurt School, the Institute of Social Research. So Short Fat Otaku did a good video on it, linking Antonio Gramsci to the intersectional politics of today, that they all came out of immigrated to the United States after World War II. They were Marxists, and they were seeing just how badly communism is failing, and how much better liberal, democratic, capitalist society is at actually providing things people need. And all they tried to do was trying to make excuses for why communism is still good and why liberal society is still bad.
Yeah,
And that's
good.
And that is all it is. And that is all it is. So you are just confronted with these with these incredible leaps in logic and contortions of rational thinking.
Yeah, I'm a bit outside of my wheelhouse with this stuff. I don't know a whole lot about like the Frankfurt School necessarily.
Yeah. And when you study film theory, and when you study film and when you study film, uh, critical theory is a large part of that, because a lot of the leading innovators in the in a lot of the leading filmmakers and innovators of the film art were communists. So, and they integrated a lot of their belief into the technique and approaches to making film. Or
Yeah,
they at least framed their they at least framed their style around around their worldview. Like Sergei Eisenstein regarded his editing technique as di- as dialectical, which comes from the concept of dialectical materialism, the Marxist concept of dialectical materialism, where you have an antithesis, where you have a thesis, antithesis, and their conflict creates a thesis. So when you take one shot, put it together with another shot, you get an idea, and that has greatly influenced how what goes into filmmaking today.
Yeah, I don't know if I can engage with this stuff. I just don't know that much about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not as well versed as perhaps other people. You're friends with Short Fat Otaku?
We've communicated. I don't think I can claim friendship, but he he knows I exist.
Yeah, he knows I exist too. I think he really doesn't like me actually, which is kind of funny. Um, because I had this whole interact. Maybe I don't want this in the book. Maybe I just don't want this in the book. It was all public information, so like, but maybe I don't want it in the book. Anyway, he joined a live stream that another streamer who was talking with another streamer, and I was there, and he was saying a bunch of weird stuff. Like he was arguing for all these Steelman viewpoints that for okay, fuck it. I'll just do it. I'll just fucking say it. Okay, so um, a streamer ended up food shops debated a far right person like months ago, and Short Fat Otaku joins the stream, and was like, "Oh hey, that conversation you had. This was like a really old conversation, mind you. I wanted to talk to you about these about those far right ideas so that you can better understand them and defeat them in the future and argue against them." So he comes in, he's like, "Oh yeah, I want to help you do this." But then the whole time it seemed like look, I'm super good faith and super duper charitable to everybody, okay? But even I was like, this guy feels like he's mask on. Like he's like 100% mask on with this, and he's like hiding his true beliefs because he's like, oh yeah, let me get like super deep into fascist philosophy. But then he'll be like, but I don't believe in it or anything. I'm just putting out, this is what they believe. I'm not saying I agree with it, but he would do that over and over and over again, and I'm like, huh. Especially the way he was going about doing it. He's like, let me pull up this study you've never heard of that says democracy doesn't work. it's it's like, huh, this guy seems like he's kind of mask on for his like true beliefs. So I confronted him about not even that, but I was like, you know what? It seems like you're pretty mask on, but I'll take you at your word that you're not sharing these beliefs until I see evidence to the contrary. But it is rather suspicious. So I confronted him about this. And then he kind of freaked out at me because he thought that I was accusing him of being camera lady or something, and it was like which I didn't even do. He just like assumed that, and then he apologized for that, and then he he made a video about Doom Eternal, and I criticized his video, and he he didn't respond to my criticisms, but he saw them. And I don't think he was too happy that I criticized it because I feel like he misrepresented something in the video, and I wanted to address that. And yeah, so I don't think he likes me very much, but he supposedly he wants to interview me about this book sometime. So I'm gonna be on his channel, or I'm gonna interview him. I'm not sure whichever. I told him I'm okay either way. But yeah, it's like maybe I don't really want this in the book. It's some stupid personal petty shit. But it's like it was really weird confrontation because it was like 2 hours of him like I don't believe in this, but here's this really steelman fascist philosophy that I want you to consider, and here's the study about how democracy doesn't work, and I want to go super deep into this study you've never read before, and then misrepresent the conclusions of the study even though the scientists themselves in the papers say that this isn't what we are saying. And it's like, huh, this whole conversation seemed really sus. And it wasn't just that one conversation; it was multiple conversations where it's like super sus. It seemed like
Okay.
he was always willing to give the utmost charitable interpretation towards any right-wing idea, the utmost charitable interpretation imaginable. And then anytime a left-wing idea came across, he'd immediately be like, he would just like literally just use insults and say he has a specific word, leftoids. It's like, oh, these leftoids are trying to destroy X, Y, or Z or whatever. And it's like, huh, you're like super charitable, but only to one side. It's a little weird. And then when I called him out on that, he said, "Oh, but you have to watch this other video I did that explains why I use that phrase." It's like, whatever. I don't care that much. I guess I care enough to
Well,
bring it up in the book interview, though. I guess.
I've followed Dev for quite a while, and he doesn't.
I've only seen a little bit of his stuff, actually. I shouldn't, but what little I've seen, kind of like, it's like, huh, that's kind of sus. But anyway, I've given the benefit of the doubt, so
And I've followed him for quite a while, and he doesn't seem to be, fa- and he doesn't seem to have any kind of fascist inclinations that I can see, that I can detect.
I don't know if he does. I'm not saying he does. I think he likes to troll and present himself as though he does to be edgy. But the edginess is or I think he actually so I don't know enough about him, but from what little I've seen, it seems like he considers himself to be a liberal, but he's very skeptical of democracy and thinks that democracy needs to be severely curtailed, which doesn't strike me as being very liberal. But like in terms of like other areas, I think he's like pretty liberal.
Well, within liberalism, there is a lot of skepticism of direct democracy that you can
Well, not just direct
there.
democracy. He's skeptical of like representative democracy too. And like that's fine. That's fine, dude. Like I'll meet people where they're at, but like don't come on here and like pretend you hold views that you don't. Okay? Just be upfront about it. That's all I ask. Don't be mask on. Be mask off.
Okay, well, I've listened to a lot of his stuff, and I've never heard any kind of thing that would lead me to conclude that he's not being upfront with his beliefs.
Yeah, well, you know what? I should probably take this part out of the book because like it's petty, shitty, petty, silly stuff. I shouldn't have even brought it up. If we were off air, I would have brought it up, no issue. I shouldn't have brought it up for the book though, because we can take that out. Because I don't want like people to read it and think like, oh, this guy's a fascist or something, when like that's not what I'm. It just really the whole. If you watch that conversation, the one with food shops, boots, and him, it's just a really weird conversation. The whole conversation is super freaking weird. And then I've also seen his one long form video that he came out with recently about Doom Eternal. But hey, I don't know the guy, so I'm not gonna say anything. It just really struck me as being odd. And he seems to have like a personal grudge against me now, which I don't like, because like I try to be fair, but whatever. We'll move on.
Okay.
Did you interact with any anti-GamerGate people?
Uh, yeah, I did interact with Devin for. I did interact early on in the controversy. I did interact with Devin Ferrazzi. He called me an idiot and immediately blocked me. So I had a little Schadenfreude when he was outed as a sex pest. One of the a close personal friend of mine seemed to be really invested in the anti-Gamergate narrative. That was something that was really disheartening for me. And Yeah, outside of that, I can't think of anything other than that.
Okay, I put an editor's note. Take out the short fat otaku clip because I don't know the guy. I don't want to have that in the book. Um, I shouldn't have said anything at all.
Mhm.
So sorry, SFO. Sorry, Dev. But that's coming out of the book. Don't worry. All right. Well, you also interacted with Miss Sonata, who's in the chat right now, and Seattle. But that was like a decade later. That was during the Airplay documentary watch party. What did you think of that? Of their commentary?
I I'm not good with names. Which one was
Miss Sonata um, critiqued the first half, and then when she left, Seattle jumped in and represented like the anti-GamerGate arguments after Miss Sonata left.
Oh yeah, they were perfectly uh they were perfectly nice and non-confrontational and were really easy to get along with.
Did you ever change anyone's mind about GamerGate?
Not that I can think of. I think that there's oh wait, there is one of the co-founders of the public Substack, Leighton Woodhouse. He he actually made a documentary that was based on Angela Nagel's Kill All Normies, where he actually covered Gamergate and interviewed Zoe Quinn and got their uh, view on the subject. I actually contacted him because tied to the Twitter files and what they describe as the censorship industrial complex. They were he was covering how games companies were trying to censor the speech of gamers, and I mentioned Gamergate in my documentary and how this was all kind of presaged with Gamergate, and found and he expressed interest. He watched it and he said that it really that he actually tweeted the documentary and said it really informed him of what he got wrong about that controversy. Where let me look it up. The
All right.
tweet, the individual tweet, or are we calling them something different now? They are
Well, we do have to get back into things. Sorry, I sidetracked us a
okay.
little bit. Um, you can pull it up if you want, but um, you also, hey, hopefully you'll change some minds with your documentary, maybe, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he tweeted this very unconventional documentary, but I enjoyed it thoroughly. As someone who interviewed Zoe Quinn and who made a documentary that focused a fair amount on Gamergate, this opened my eyes to quite a bit that I totally missed / got wrong.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm glad he was pretty open about that. Are you friends with anyone on the other side? You mentioned earlier you had a friend who was anti-Gamergate.
Yeah, Yeah, and on the other side, can't really think of anyone. Can't really think of anyone else.
All right. How could the conversation about Gamergate have been more productive?
Uh, if the press didn't have an axe to grind, if the press didn't have a preconceived narrative from the start, that's probably how it could have been more productive. But if the press were in any way kind of self-aware on, or in any way self-aware on this and open to any kind of criticism, it probably wouldn't happen to begin with.
Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
Uh, yeah, that it was that it is ridiculous that we have that people have to come out, have to pretty much out themselves to say that I am that not all people of a specific demographic think the exact same thing about everything. But I guess that's like the kind of world we're living in where people can say things like we don't want black faces that don't want to be black voices. I believe it was Alana Presley who said that. I may not be getting the name right, but it is. But that people can have that kind of race essentialist worldview, that kind of gender essentialist worldview, sex essentialist worldview, that somehow that if you are a member of a certain race or a certain gender, that you must, however, have the exact same opinions that people who think like that, it's a real condemnation of the times we are living in where that even has to be mentioned, where that has to be justified.
Several websites censored discussion about Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
What was that?
Several websites censored discussion about Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
Because they didn't want to, they, well, well, if I wanted to be charitable, it was because did not, they sincerely believed that people were getting harassed by this discussion, and so they did not want to perpetuate it by giving a platform. And though the more cynical, though the more cynical side of me is probably more accurate in that they just really took offense to anyone contradicting their narrative, that and that they really took offense to that anything they did was not was not acceptable in any way.
All right, now we're in the harassment slash sexism portion. We can speed through this pretty quick, I think.
Yeah.
I know we're I work tomorrow morning, so I don't want to stay up super late. Why do you think some people claimed that Gamergate was about harassment or hating women?
Well, because they have a worldview which dictates that power in society are arranged in a hierarchy, and that people have predisposed beliefs based on inclusion in some particular demographics, some which are privileged over others, and that people do not want to, all the intersectionalist BS spiel about how about privilege and power and whatnot, and they just cannot comprehend. And since they were not following games journalism, they could not possibly comprehend the idea that people could be could be interested or had concerns about journalistic ethics.
What if they said that, like Hannah Zamora, who I've interviewed, what if they say that they disagree with Gamergate because they think that the burgers and fries IRC chat room
Yeah,
and
I
that
look
conspiracy stuff was toxic and represented inappropriate, well, represented harassment and or sexist attitudes that they thought were bad, and that it wasn't the right time to have a conversation about ethics.
Yeah, I would say that is just a dodge, and that I have looked into the IRC chat logs about the Five Guys Burgers and Fries channel. From the look of it, I saw the article about it on We Hunted the Mammoth, and it seems the most damning quotations which they highlight in the article are not found anywhere inside the main text of the chat logs, along with huge portions of the conversation seem to be excised. So, yeah, I really don't buy any so I really don't buy any kind of idea that because of the because of this one particular controversy, we can't discuss a controversy that is related to it. So that is tangentially connected to it. So yeah, it's just a dodge.
What do you think of the studies about Gamergate and harassment, such as the Women Action Media study or the Brandwatch/Newsweek study?
Well, as you can see as I cover in the film, the Women's Action Media study found 0.66% of accounts of supposed accounts connected to Gamergate were engaged in harassment. This supposedly built off was the sample size was apparently construed from Randy Harper's Gamergate block list, which I would seriously which I would seriously doubt represented Gamergate as a whole. That I would seriously doubt was rigorous. And then the Brand Watch, I assume that's the Newsweek study.
Which Newsweek misrepresented? Yes.
Yeah, the Brand Watch study, which was interesting because it really showed how intellectually dishonest Newsweek was, because clearly from looking at the data, the majority of the you can clearly see from the majority of the data that most discussion was neutral. That most people, that like a big Pac-Man sized chunk of the pie chart were just people engaging in conversation, no harassment or criticism or praise in either direction. And yet, somehow Newsweek construed that as, well, since you are not condemning harassment, then therefore you must approve of it, which is quite insane, which is a pretty insane take uh, on the subject.
What
But
do you? Good.
yeah, these people, but a lot of social justice advocates seem to take the position that if you do not agree, that if you are not with me, you are against me. That if you do not enthusiastically support any kind of social justice cause, you must be the enemy. And and that is a worldview that I do not subscribe to.
What do you think of the GamerGate anti-harassment patrol?
I think that it shows that Gamergate conscientious was conscientious enough and concerned enough about the negative reputation that people were putting on them, that they actually attempted to counteract it by policing the people within their group. As I've said previously, there are no rules to leaderless online movements, and it was really above and beyond what they had to do to prove in order to prove their concerns, and still nobody paid attention to it. I think it says something about the character of a group of people that they would still internally police themselves, even if they were going to get apps not be acknowledged for it.
When you were involved in GamerGate, how important to you was it that bad actors were condemned? Though I know you said you were also more of an observer back then, so maybe we can skip this question if you want.
Yeah, I was more of an observer.
Okay, we can skip it if you
I
want.
was more of an observer, and I didn't really, and really, I believe that individuals should be judged based on their actions and not on the actions of any other people. So any bad actions taken on behalf of anything that they did, that any bad actors did, that is completely on them.
Do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment?
Yeah, I think yeah, I think they that all the commentators you can see that were commenting on it, you can see they put up disclaimers saying do not harass any of the people that they were talking about. And um, again, as I said, they didn't have to because they went above and beyond what was called of them, which was absolutely nothing. I don't believe that it was incumbent on them to condemn to condemn harass to condemn harassment if they had no part in it, but they did so anyway. To con
You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you receive any harassment during Gamergate or while making your documentary?
aside from insults online, mm, no, not really.
Why do you think several Gamergate supporters report receiving harassment, I guess including myself. Uh, why do you think the media didn't talk about the harassment that Gamergate supporters received?
Well, if I wanted to be the most charitable explanation is, and probably the most likely explanation is that Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu were a lot more high profile. They had better connections, and so it was easier for the press to talk to them than it was to anonymous people online that had no previous repartee with them. Repartee.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack? I think you covered this in your documentary, albeit in brief.
Yeah, very brief. It was something I wanted to cover it, but because it was just such a magnificent own that it was just so meticulously planned and executed so well that it just exposed just how horrible and hypocritical that the that the people attacking Gamergate were, that they would do all of the things that they condemned in others.
Do you have any thoughts on the term sea lioning?
I I only know a li- I only have a superficial knowledge of the term, and it just seems to be people not understanding how social media works. That if you post something on social media, if you make broad generalizations in a condemnatory fashion on social media, you are essentially just inviting people to respond to it. And that you shouldn't be surprised that if you say inflammatory stuff, people are going to respond to you.
Do you have any thoughts on GG Revolt? Do you remember that at all?
Barely. I think it was it that people were saying we were not doing enough to combat social justice warriors, and so they broke off.
Well, a small group of people broke off for like they each one of them probably has like their own individual reasons. Maybe some of them wanted people to be like culture warriors and like do more to further
Yeah,
the social justice warriors, but like other people probably had their own separate reasons too. Um,
yeah, that gets back to the point that I mentioned about if you just keep putting on goal, that if you just keep adding on goals to this law to these large uh, leaderless movements, you're just going to see more fractures inside and people breaking off into their own separate splinter groups. And yeah, so something like that was inevitable, and the best thing to do was to just pay it, was to just ignore it and to go on with your own prerogative.
can you define what you think harassment is?
Well, I know the legal definition is persistent, unwanted interactions. So, yeah, if you're talking about physical, or if you're talking about in-person harassment, that is, you know, persistent, unwanted interaction. Is after you've been warned once. For online, it's a lot more complicated because you could just block, mute individual users, or just like get away, or to just stay off social media entirely if it gets to the point where it spills out into the real world, where it spills out into the real world, and that then it can then it qualifies as something a little more serious.
All right. What do you think about how? All right. So, Raymond, what do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
Horribly.
Are there any journalists you think did a good job covering Gamergate?
Well, I cover Eric Kane in the documentary, and there was a he's presented in a conversation with Cullen Moriarty, of formerly of IGN, now of Sacred Symbols, and his view was to just ignore it. Ignore was to just ignore it, and I would say even that is a better way of covering Gamergate than what most of the media did. But most of the media decided to just antagonize Gamergate, misrepresent it, and just constantly try to push a condemnatory narrative and just provoke people to greater outrage.
Did anyone from the media reach out to you about your documentary?
Uh, I don't know if they qualify as media, but there was one of the organizers of Airplay who did one of the organizers of Airplay did reach out to me, and I had a conversation with them. Uh, and I had a conversation with them online. I haven't released it in any way. I have it recorded, but I never released it.
Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets who wrote articles about Gamergate to correct misinformation?
I did, like, I commented on a few articles. Nothing substantial. I guess this documentary, you can say, is my response.
Are there any specific articles or videos you want to discuss?
Any specific articles or videos? Not that I could think of. All the articles and videos are probably in the film. There, one thing that I do regret about out this is that there just wasn't as much information on Operation UV, which was a movement where Gamergate supporters attempted to contact the FTC. Well, they didn't attempt, they actually contacted mass communicated with the FTC to change their policy on native advertising, and they and the FTC did change their policy on native advertising. Are if you are promoting sponsored content, that is something that you have to disclose, and that is a change in law that can be attributed to Gamergate. I wanted to cover that a lot more, but and I'm and it's just too bad that I did not archive Oliver Camp, and it was Oliver Campbell's Three Dog Radio live streams on Gamergate, where he was talking about how a representative from the federal government got in contact with him and Roguestar and encouraged them and Gamergate to contact the FTC about this. And I wish I could have kept that, but Oliver Campbell seems to have removed all of his Gamergate material from public view and when I tried to get in contact with him, he blocked me. So,
Oh, really? He
and
blocked you?
yeah, and from what I had to assume, he now has a wife and he now has a family, and I assume that he doesn't want to engage in anything that might compromise their security. So I assume that's why I can't get not why he has not gotten into contact, why he has blocked all contact with me.
I never even reached out to him. Looks like he's got me blocked too, actually. I
Yeah.
don't even know why. I don't know if he blocked me like 10 years ago or if he blocked me like just recently. I don't know. I never talked to the guy, so
Yeah, if I had to assume, he saw. If I had to assume, saw the blowback a lot of people were getting, and he doesn't want to put his family in any kind of compromised situation.
did the media's coverage of Gamergate increase or decrease your trust of the media?
Decrease, though it can, though it was pretty low to begin with.
If a journalist who got Gamergate wrong, in your view, is reading this right now, what do you want them to reconsider?
Oh, to reconsider. Well, I would encourage them to watch my film and watch my documentary and adjust their view accordingly.
What do you think the media can learn from how they covered Gamergate?
Aside from prepare to die, uh, that you've probably lost the media has probably lost the trust of the public, and there's probably no getting it back. There's trust in the public takes takes a lot to earn, and it can be lost very quickly.
Have you seen the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
I've seen bits of it. I know that it's terrible.
Would you like to see quote unquote the narrative on Gamergate change during your lifetime?
Yes, that's partially why I made this documentary.
Do you think you will?
We have to see.
Well, Michael Koretsky said that your documentary and my book, and I presume if he knew about James Desborough's book, he probably would have thrown that in there too, and my first book as well. That like these are the things that are going to possibly change the narrative, if anything. If anything can, it's these projects that we've done.
If hard copies survive into the future,
Oh, are you going to make like a physical thing for your documentary? Physical DVD or Blu-ray or anything like that?
yes, I would like. That's partially what I'm doing with the Patreon release. If enough people go to patreon.com/metalheadfilms and become a patron, a lot of that will go to funding the physical release.
Has your conscious experience actually let me ask you about this. Um, do you think that be honest with me, please. Let's not just say, oh, we'll see. Do you actually think that we're going to have any impact or any difference with like your documentary and my book of interviews? Do you think that these really have any chance of like changing things?
I think I think so, because as has been seen, people's trust in the mainstream media are at historic lows. They know enough to be skeptical of media reports, and they would go they and people who are curious would try to find any kind of third-party resource they could find. And if I get and I want to be able to put this on video streaming and download sites, so if anybody decides to search the word Gamergate, it would appear in possibly the the recommendation feeds of of anybody who is curious enough.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about Gamergate?
My conscious, well, I did have, as I said, fight with a close personal friend, with close personal friends over it. I did get insulted by, as I said, I did get insulted by Devin Ferrasi, though that has turned around in the
That's
long run.
yeah, that's more of a badge of honor now.
Yeah. And aside from that, I can't think of anything.
All right, we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end.
Yes.
Most difficult question of all, okay? What's your favorite video game?
I struggle whether to say it, because as soon as you come out right as soon as you come out as a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, you immediately get accusatory stares from people, and they just think, "Oh, you're one of those people." But yeah, the first five the how many the first 4 or 5 Sonic the Hedgehog games that were included in the recent Sonic Origins release were probably very influential on me, in particularly Sonic CD. I would say Sonic Origins itself, that but if it did include the Michael Jackson music, but for some reason it doesn't. But aside from that, I would say Silent Hill 2, because it was the first time that I saw a video game. I played a video game where the story wasn't just save the world, save the princess, beat the bad guy, where it was a story that showed that video games could cover psychologically complex themes. Uh, another another one of my favorites was probably, as I said, Mortal Kombat had a big influence on me. I met one of my best friends bonding over like the original Mortal Kombat. And I think the series pretty much peaked with Mortal Kombat 10. Aside from that, those are the big ones that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, did you attend a GamerGate meetup?
I believe that there was. No, I didn't, but I think there was one that was close to where I lived at the time. But I think I had something else to do.
Okay.
That probably work.
Well, hey, actually this is a later question. I'll get to that later. Sorry. I was going to jump ahead for a second. Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate or during the period in which you made your documentary?
Well, I did get in touch with he used to go by Kraut and Teen, now just goes by Kraut, looking for con- looking for concept looking for videos for my film, and he was the one who shared it with Short Fat Otaku that it was and got me in contact with him. So
Oh, well, hey, if you could get me in touch with Kraut, that'd be great. Him and I actually were in touch back in the day, because we were both involved in GamerGate, and then we were both involved in the anti-alt-right movement when that was sort of a thing on YouTube for a while.
yeah,
So we were both involved in that, in both of those spaces together. So we talked a little bit back in the day, but not a huge amount. But we've lost contact over the years, and now he's like fucking huge. He's like one of the biggest YouTubers out there. So I don't I don't know how to get
really,
in touch. Well, he's like one of
I
the biggest political
he's a
YouTubers. Political
well,
YouTubers.
he's a modest. He's modestly successful. How many subscribers does he have?
I don't even know, but he's got a
Yeah,
very dedicated following.
I I asked if he had access to
Okay,
you
only
know,
only
oh,
only 588,000, but still like when you're the one person trying to reach out to him and you're one of 588,000 people, it gets a little bit lost. But if you could get me in touch with him, I'd love for him to interview me about the book.
oh, oh yeah. Well, I asked him about some of his old videos that are no longer on his site. Said he told me that he uploaded them to a alternative video share to an alternative video sharing site, and so I went on a hunt for a lot of his old videos and actually found a lot of them and told him about it, and he seemed disinterested with re- about re-uploading them
Well,
because
he's
which
kind of
is
rebranded his whole content now.
yeah, he's rebranded, but a lot of those videos are really good, like his video on the power of nonsense and uh, the power of nonsense and social justice realism, and so yeah, a lot of good stuff.
Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or other GamerGate related art projects?
Yeah, when you had your yeah, I think Vivian James is an icon and deserves to live well beyond Gamergate's relevance. She deserves to just be a mascot for all gamers. And this yeah, I disagreed hard in your interview with Lisa M where she said Vivian James should die. No, no, I don't. Vivian James should live forever. And that Liv Vivian James representing all gamers and Lillian Wood representing anti-gamers.
Why do we
Yeah,
have to
like
use this terminology like anti-gamer?
yeah,
Look, I'm fine. Look, I love Vivian James. It's an amazing design. You have to admit, it's incredible. It's beautiful, and I think it is a good representation of the gaming community, or at least
yeah.
like gaming subculture, like to some extent. And I'm fine if people in the future want to like make this the gaming mascot, the gamer mascot, or whatever, like kind of as like a tongue-in-cheek or kind of like even like a serious like, hey, whatever, like as a subculture we're gonna like make this thing the gamer mascot. I'm fine with that. I think that's cool. um but unfortunately, because the gamergate thing was a little bit controversial, um it would probably be seen as controversial in some way.
Views can evolve over time. But yeah, Vivian James deserves to she deserves to outlive Gamergate's relevance and she deserves to live on.
What about Gamergate Sings? Do you remember the Gamergate Sings music?
Gamergate sings. Uh are you referring to V the musical?
Well, that's like one of them, but there's so many different ones. They've made like a whole bunch of different like Gamergate related music.
Uh can't say that I'm familiar with it.
Okay. You want to look that up sometime? I can link you a little bit. Some of it. Actually, some of it's in like the. Some of it might be posted on the Discord somewhere. But
Yeah, and
all
that's
right.
another thing about that's another thing about this documentary is that there are just so many creative people associated with it. Like I got my the illustrator of the Gamergate Life comics, Kuroneko Kuroneko, they illustrated the poster art for Airplay for me. Well, I commissioned them to illustrate it based on a design that I had in mind. And yeah, all of the people making parody song all of the people making parody songs associated with it, and like just never seen such a creative just never seen such a creative group of people in probably my lifetime.
You know what? I think I agree. I don't think I've ever encountered a group as creative as the Gamergate people in my life. I think I agree with that a
Yeah.
thousand percent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, that probably like makes the yeah, reminds me of what's her name? What's her name? One of the literally who's the one who wrote the Gama Sutra article calling gamers mindless hyper consumers.
Oh, Leigh
And it's
Alexander.
just like, yeah, Leigh Alexander at calling gamers like whale wailing hyper consumers that she just couldn't see just all of the creative people that she pissed off and that how they're just a lot more talented than her or any of her cohorts would ever care to be, would could ever possibly be.
Oh man, we were approaching the end, but now I gotta play the neutral journalist role, which is my of course role throughout this whole project. Literally who? What do you think of that terminology?
Literally who
Yeah. What do you think of like referring to people who say that GamerGate is evil or that don't like GamerGate, what do you think of referring to those people as literally who? Or people who claim that GamerGate harassed them?
Well, it's pretty accurate. Well, it's kind of accurate because I couldn't recall the name of the person. Mm, Simply saying that you don't think of the person at all, that it's that it's that this person way of saying that this person is not related to the conversation. And there are going to be people who, through some tortured logic, frame try to cast this as some kind of misogynist dog whistle. And it's like, well, these people are just not worth dealing with.
Okay. All right, man. What was your favorite moment during GamerGate?
Probably SPJ Airplay, because it was the singular verifiable event that pretty much validated which pretty much validated Gamergate, which is why it was a fit subject for a documentary.
I agree. I think you did a phenomenal job, Raymond. I think you did. If you could have
Okay.
changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
Uh, Changed one thing. Uh, well, I have no personal grudge with Milo Yiannopoulos. I did refer to him as a professional asshole because that's what he is, and that's what he has identified himself as. But if we could have, and I do respect him for some of the work, for some of the good work that he's done, and standing up for and the for exposing games journo pros, and being the one being one of the only journalists to stand up when everybody was going with this one-sided narrative. But it really did complicate things to have this but it really did complicate things to have him and Steve Bannon try to attach them, and all of these all of these right wing influencers to try to attach themselves to the controversy. I have, no beef with the I have no beef with them or anybody who's right wing who cares about who cares about the subject, but it really did complicate things a lot more than they needed to be.
All right. I don't ask this question usually, but I'll ask it to you because of your role in all of this. Um, if you could have changed one thing about Airplay, what would it have been?
Uh, well, if it was, well, a lot of the discussion in the afternoon panel, I'm was very conflicted. There was a lot of miscommunication, and I and and I don't begrudge Milo Yiannopoulos for being on the panel, mainly because it was a great it was a good way to represent his point of view, and he was just a good cipher he was something to mock, even yeah, even though he's a flamboyant ass. I feel the best way to get around his inclusion was to just relentlessly mock him, and which provided a bit of entertainment factor there. But here's the thing, because there was so much fighting between the host and the panelists, it didn't make for a good mediated panel discussion, but it did make for good on-screen drama.
Do you think Koretsky did a good job?
Uh, I think he did a very good job in arranging the panel discussion, and and yeah, I did a very good job hosting it, and I really liked his just dry sarcasm, like having having his just dry sarcasm come up against Milo Yiannopoulos' flamboyant narcissism. It's like a unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. It
Yeah, I have
was,
a. God, sorry.
you were saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I've actually come to greatly respect Michael Koretsky. I actually,
Yeah,
he's, you can criticize little things here and there about the panel, um,
yeah,
but I think what he did, I think he did a pretty good job, all things considered, and I think that he actually lives his values, and his values are honesty and integrity and
yeah.
the truth, and that the truth matters. And that's so rare. That's so rare to see in a person. And
And
I guess he's one of the few people in life that I've truly respect as a person and respect for
yeah,
what they've done in the world.
and it- and he's just funny in how he just takes everything out, how he takes and how he just reacts to things. As I said, it's just just his dry sarcasm it really added something to the documentary. Like when he talks about when he saw the first the tag flooding of the SPJ Ethics Week, that and the way he talks about it on David Pakman, and was like we had this hashtag SPJ Ethics Week that suddenly got flooded with obscenity and pictures of old men peeing on young men, which didn't offend us. It did really kind of bore us. But I went through and we just kind of abandoned the hashtag. But I went through it because I don't have a life.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah,
All right, all right. So I know you said you were more of an observer, but
yeah.
in the capacity you were involved, or you could change it up a little bit. If there was something you wish you were involved in but weren't, you can answer with that. But what would you personally have done differently during GamerGate?
I probably would have sent letters to the FTC. I probably would have sent letters to the FTC to like participate because I think that was Operation UV was really significant. Again, I was just a observer during that. I didn't know what to think about it, but at I didn't know what to think about it at the time, but in retrospect, it's very significant.
Let's say it's 10 years from now, and an online movement is looking to GamerGate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
What did I this probably just pick one goal and stick to it. I think that was what made I think that's what made it success. What what caused many of Gamergate's biggest successes was that they just stuck to one or two issues and focused on that to the exception of all else.
What have you personally learned from GamerGate?
It's that Gamergate that is that gamers are a very power that is that gamers are a very powerful crowd that it's something that if you want to have gamers in your corner because they really know how to they really know how to get things done. Like, I recall I recall this story about Michael Nesmith of the Monkees back when he was alive. He said he did not hire anyone who didn't play video games because, as he put it, video games are the new rock and roll, are like the new rock and roll. Well, it is what it is the song to him. Somebody who played video games was somebody who was with it, who was in that, who was like tap, tapped in, and whatever you could say about that. Just thought it was an interesting side point.
All right. Do you see parallels between GamerGate and the way society currently discusses issues?
Uh, well, just that. it has really highlighted and amplified a lot of the partisan divide in this country, and how the far left is really alienating a lot of very sensible people and pushing them towards say and say pushing people towards right-wing populism, not out of not out of sympathy, but just out of the fact that the far left is just so horrible. Like recently with the recent recent Israel Palestine protests, we've seen people who were as far left, who was as liberal as the day is long, people who hated Trump suddenly start reconsidering their position. People like Michael Rappaport, who actually he shit talked the Covington Catholic kids online when that was a thing, started he just recently said, you know what? After he looked at the anti-Israel protests, he said, you know what? Trump is on the table now because of the far left has just been have revealed themselves to be just so incredibly awful, and the media complicit in trying to whitewash their horrible actions.
What do you think of the decentralized and leaderless nature of Gamergate?
It has its advantages and has its drawbacks, where, as you could say, as you could see, the media could just easily smear any individual person associated with, and could just isolate the actions of any individual person and use it to represent Gamergate as a whole. But a lot of that is really dependent on the attitudes and positions of the media establishment. If you are going against the media establishment, you're not going to get any good press for your movement. That is thinking about it. Go.
I'm sorry,
Well,
what?
it probably. Oh, you were saying.
No, I wasn't
I
saying anything. Oh, I did. What,
Yeah, I just got lost in thought. I
yeah,
just
they won't cover your movement very well if you're a leaderless movement, unless of course you're Black Lives Matter or Occupy
yeah.
Wall Street. Well, actually, Occupy Wall Street got
Well,
covered pretty poorly. Let's be honest. Like
yeah, it got
they
a
didn't
lot.
smear it in the same way they smeared Gamergate, but they did. I feel like a lot of I don't know. I'd have to go back and read all
A
the
lot of
coverage of
that
it.
was because of their
Yeah.
was because yeah, and one of the downsides of being a leaderless movement was that you just could not centralize on an issue that eventually Occupy Wall Street just became bloated and unruly with all of these conflicting goals and personalities, and they couldn't decide on anything to do, and they didn't get much done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it.
as with
But they didn't.
unlike
They
Black,
didn't. They didn't smear them as a bunch of racist or sexist, though, for the most part. Like
yeah,
that was not. That's not a tech that they used, but that the
yeah,
media, or But anyway, sorry. Let's move on. Unless you got something else
yeah,
you want to add.
even yeah, though Black, yeah, and Black Lives Matter has the media support, and they have the and they could agree on ideas. Only thing is that their ideas are that the ideas that they do agree on, like defund the police, are horrible, and they're far too susceptible to just plain grifters. Like as soon as I this is that as soon as I heard the name Black Lives Matter, I knew this was a way to separate guilt-ridden white liberals from their money. And over the years, it seems like I was correct in assuming that.
What?
After we've seen, yeah, after the Black Lives Matter organization is now no longer allowed to operate in California because they can't uh I don't because they misappropriated over $60 million of donations. They can't account for that. And the as we've seen from the Ibram X. Kendi Center for Anti-Racist Studies, which cost $40 billion over 2 years and produced nothing.
Yeah. Anyway, I do want
That
to talk about the leader. I do want to talk about the leadership versus non-leadership thing real quick because this is something that a lot of people say, like, oh well, if GamerGate had like a central organization, then nobody it wouldn't have been smeared as a bunch of sexists. But like, there was another group of people that existed, called the Sad Puppies, and I don't know enough about this group. My impression is that they weren't the thing that the media said, but they were very much heavily called. Like, I don't know if the media specifically covered about them too much, but like, if you read their Wikipedia page, it's like, oh, it's an anti-diversity group. Um, but that doesn't seem to have been true actually. Like, it seems like they
no.
were they were unfairly demonized. It looks like, as far as I can tell. Um, even though, again, that's not the same thing as Gamergate. It's a completely different movement. But like, because they were criticizing certain aspects of the social justice warrior stuff, they were very heavily demonized, and at least by people on social media who opposed them. I don't know about the media specifically. And Wikipedia, whoever's editing that Wikipedia article, the sources that they're citing, I guess, have a very anti-sad puppies bias. So probably the media covered them pretty unfairly, I'd guess, based on that. But I've not looked into it super deep. I'm thinking about doing a book on that later at some point after I finish this one.
Yeah.
We'll see. Um, but yeah, it looks like they had an official leadership. There were like official people you could go to for the Sad Puppies. Larry Corriega, and there was another guy too. And these are like established science fiction authors, and
Yeah.
they got demonized even though they had like an official leadership structure.
Yeah.
So that doesn't seem like it's going to stop the media from demonizing people necessarily, or at least, again, I haven't looked super close into that case. I could be wrong, but that's the impression I got. Anyway, unless you have something you want to say about the Sad Puppies, we can move on.
No, not that I can think of.
Okay. All right. Would you want to do a GamerGate reunion, sort of a big meetup once every 10 years or something like that?
Mm, maybe. Ah, maybe. I don't know if anybody wanted to hold such an event. Would probably, uh, I would probably go. I would probably go now that the film is done.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a thing or not. I floated the idea. A few people thought it was a good idea. I don't really want to host it myself though. I'm not like a millionaire or anything. Um, if you ask me to host it, I mean, I could probably do it. But what I would do is be like, okay, guys, here's what we're doing. We're gonna go to this bar and hang out, or we're gonna go to a arcade or something, which could be
Yeah.
fun. You know, that could be a fun activity. But it's not gonna be like a convention or anything. I don't have the money to like rent out a convention center.
I've been wanting to like host a screening of Airplay like in a movie theater. Like,
Well, have you looked at? I don't know about the movie industry too much, but like there are independent films that screen at theaters, so that's something you could
yeah.
probably do if you look at it.
Yeah, yeah, I've looked into it and it costs like for a moderately sized theater, it costs like less. It costs like around $600
Okay, that's not too
because
bad. You can raise that with a crowdfunder or something if you want.
yeah, that's I estimate that for everything that I want to do, it would cost if to do everything that I want to do, it would cost around $70,000 for for all the distribution and promotion and stuff like this.
Well, you better either get good at marketing or find someone
Yeah.
who is,
Yeah.
and you can find people who probably are.
Hmm. Yeah. If anybody is listening to this who's got experience in marketing, hit me up.
All right. Anyway, for you personally, or so was GamerGate? Well, for you personally, what would GamerGate being successful look like? I'll ask that.
Well, it accomplished many of its goals. It was a contributing factor to killing the site Gawker. It also got a lot of media outlets to reinforce their to reinforce their ethics policy, got disclosures and corrections made on certain articles, and the biggest success was probably getting the FTC to change their policy regarding native advertising. So that's a very pretty big win.
So GamerGate
I
was successful to you.
Well, they still haven't won. They still haven't won the PR battle, which is the public relations battle. So, and that's something that will hopefully be accomplished with this documentary.
I feel it can be done, Ray. It can, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be anytime soon. It's going to be a historical change. I think once we have like serious historians, and there are going to be serious historians looking at this stuff. There really will be because Gamergate touched upon so many different things. So you're going to have people looking at it
Yeah.
who are like historians interested in gaming, gaming historians. You're going to have people who are historians that are interested in technology, falling under the gaming thing. People who are interested in culture, people who are interested in the social justice stuff and what the hell happened during this culture war of the 2010s. You're going to have people who are interested in it because they come at it from a political angle. You're going to have people who are interested in it because they're feminist scholars or whoever, right? You're going to have tons and tons and tons of people who are going to be interested in this 100 years from now probably, because like it was like a real event that happened, and it had impacts on like so many different things, or at least it's perceived as having impacts on so many different things that it probably will be investigated over the next like 100 years, 200 years, and maybe even within our lifetime. um, and we could begin to see um, this change. But also, I feel like if we really want to do a good job of making this stuff change too, if you want to do it fast or try and do it faster, what you're probably going to need to do, if you want to try and like do like a speed run on the narrative shift and not wait for historians to do it, um, you're probably going to have to like either one, keep making projects like this related to it, or two, like really get like if you have like the BBC interview you or like the New
Yeah,
York Times or something, like that might actually, because that's something that can go into the Wikipedia. And that's where a lot of people currently get their information, from the Wikipedia. So if you
sadly.
if you have a quote unquote reliable source, what Wikipedia considers to be a reliable source, like the New York
Mhm.
Times or Washington Post or Wall Street Journal or BBC or whatever, if they interview you about this project or they write an article about it and it's like not completely biased and it's actually pretty fair, then that actually could be put into the Wikipedia. Now that's one thing, but you can change a couple paragraphs at most maybe with that one article. But then,
Yeah,
but that's a real change.
I think Wikipedia is pretty ideologically motivated.
They are.
I
They
don't
are.
think they.
Well, I mean, there's no they. It's literally thousands of editors, but a lot of the ones who have a lot of power, they have biases.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I personally support, and this is what the co-founder of Wikipedia, I forget his name. Shoot, was it Larry Sanger? He
yeah,
actually he supports a network of wiki. Jimmy Wales and it was Larry Sanger, I believe. He supports a network of wikis where it's not just one wiki, but it's all the wikis in the world, and you can search for them. So you can search up an article about a topic, and it'll come up with like 20 different wiki results, or like 10 or 5 or whatever it happens to be. And one might be Wikipedia, but there might be like 5 other ones too. And so that way you can explore topics from different angles. Like, what do conservatives think about this? What does the feminist wiki think about this? What does the libertarian wiki think about this? What does this wiki that's super focused on like this really niche video game topic that this article's about, what do they think about that? What is this other? So that way you get a diversity of sources and a diversity of information. I think that that's an amazing idea, and that's what I want to see in the future.
that's kind of like the model of ground news. The familiar with ground news?
I've seen the ads for it all over the place, but I've never
Yeah,
actually been there.
it's a really good resource where it takes mm, pre, it aggregates all the news coverage of specific events from a multitude of different sources, and it allows users to see how the same news story is covered by different outlets. I mean, I've actually I've tweeted at Elon Musk saying that it might be a good idea to integrate ground news into the X app, as he likes to say, as he likes to call it, and just have it be so that it could be a resource for uh just accurate news, for not not really accurate news, but to give people a resource, to give them a general idea of of what different people are saying, and to kind of feel out what the actual truth of the matter is. That I Aggregators, I think, are probably the future of news.
Yeah, I like the idea. of that of especially of like the idea of like you can see the different biases of like this. So here's how these like 10 different organizations covered this story, and it shows you like here's what the conservative one is, and here's what the liberal one is, here's what the far right, here's what the, and it'll, you can far left, you can then like weigh these different sources. But like that's way too much information. The problem for me personally is that that's probably way too much information for like for me for news consumption. Like if I'm doing like a deep dive into a topic, then I really think that would be great. But if I'm just like casually trying to find out like what is going on in the world today, like that's going to be, I feel like I'm not going to read 10 articles about the same topic probably. But I understand
You,
that it's a good resource for if you need to look that up for sure.
mhm.
But
Yeah.
like that's why I haven't incorporated something like that into my personal life, because I don't pay attention to the news too much. I probably should more. I used to actually before I started working on the GamerGate project. But I used to just like I used to listen to like a few different podcasts, but some from like the left wing, some from the right wing. Like commentary magazines, like podcast is pretty good from the right. Or like it's an interesting perspective, I should say. But for like news, I would mostly go from like the BBC. I feel like their radio stuff is pretty good, but their GamerGate coverage, not so much. Though they were probably more fair than most, and they actually did actually reach out to somebody and they interviewed Sargon about it. So like they actually did a better job than some. But like it's difficult because it's you have to try and get news from so many different places. Like I try to get like left wing and right wing perspectives on everything. I try fairness, as probably anybody reading this book or watching this streamer could tell, or you in your interactions with me. Like it's really important to me to be fair to people
Mhm.
on like to present the anti-Gamergate perspective, to present the whatever it is, the steel man of the opposing viewpoint. Like the idea of hearing out a multitude of perspectives and viewpoints is like extremely important to my worldview, and I can tell that like it's one that you've talked about how you value as well.
Yeah.
All right, we're nearing the end here. Well, I normally ask if you could do it all over again, would you? But that's such a kind of a shitty thing to ask someone who just completed a project and like just released it, especially since like it's a really good work, and I would be proud of it.
Yeah.
I would be proud if I were you. Um,
Well, if I well, all projects are kind of like this big art like this big dedication of time and resources. So I guess I'm gonna be doing it all over again with the next film if I do that.
I was going to ask, what future projects do you have in mind? Are you weighing anything that you want to talk about publicly? If not, that's okay. I understand.
Well, I want to I've been researching AI filmmaking a lot recently, and that seems to be a that's going to be a massive leveling of the filmmaking process over the next couple of years, because suddenly now ec- the special effects technology that was extraordinarily expensive for decades is now available to everyone. So that's going to have a profound leveling effect
Hmm. Yeah, there are definitely
on
many. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's going to have a profound leveling effect on the kind of content that's produced in the next few years.
I think that AI really does have the potential to have drastic implications for our society, like both positive and negative. And that really probably should be. I mean, it is discussed. It's discussed all the time now. Like right now, it's very people are very much aware of it, but we have very diverse viewpoints on how we should approach it. Um, because there really is like a potential for like we're getting massive amounts of productivity increases.
Yeah.
Put aside like the artistic value of it or the educational value of it potentially, but like just in terms of like the economic output, the reason that it potentially is going to destroy so many jobs is because it's going to be so efficient. And like if we handle that well as a society, we could have like some sort of like fucking Star Trek future possibly. But if we don't
Mhm.
handle it well, then like it could be really, really, really bad.
Yeah. People are say some people are saying that social media was humanity's first interaction with a major artificial intelligence because it's all algorithms that are mediating communication with people. And the from the results of humanity's first interaction with social media, it has not been a positive influence.
Well, how? Well, I do. Fuck it. It's important. I should ask. Okay. We were just about to move on, but you. Okay. How much? This is a historically important question to ask people, though I maybe should have been asking it all along. But it sort of naturally comes up when it does, and not everybody holds this view. Maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I should ask it or not. I don't know. But I'm going to ask you.
Yes.
So, how
Go ahead.
much of our current like social political crisis that we live in, pretty much, in regards to our politics being fucking insane right now, I think everybody would agree. Um, how much of that is due to social media, do you think?
I think a good majority of it, because social media allows you to hermetically seal yourself inside echo chambers and just to just close yourself from any contrary opinion. And a lot of this is because of the media. Have you heard of this book by Matt Taibbi called Hate Incorporated?
No, I'm not.
It is it is a great it is a great book. It's Matt Taibbi is a former journalist for Rolling Stone. The he used to cover elections, and he became disillusioned with the media after with his profession after the 2016 election, and so he wrote Hate Incorporated on his own, and the subtitle is Why the Media Makes Us Despise Each Other, and it has photo on the cover. It has photos of Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity side by side looking angry, and and dedicates an entire chapter about why Rachel Maddow is just as corrosive as Sean Hannity. And he's got one chapter called The 10 Rules of Hate, which is the which is the rules that every news so that every news media company uh informally follows. And the last and that and the last rule on his list is feel superior, because everything about today's media is about making the viewer, the consumer, feel morally superior. And the implication being morally superior to the enemy, which is the other party, which is, it used to be a foreign threat. Now the threat is the other side of the country. It's really good. It's really good read, really funny. I highly recommend it.
So I'm seeing how the media covered the sad puppies thing real quick.
Yeah.
Because I think we talked about it earlier, and I could do this off air though,
Yeah.
but I feel like for the viewers watching, it'll be important context for them.
Okay. Okay. We gonna finish off the
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was reading this because I think it's important. But okay. So the Los Angeles Times says that they were that. So I'll read the full statement. Quote unquote. This year's awards nomination and voting process has been roiled by controversy due to a campaign by two groups calling themselves the Sad Puppies and Rabid Puppies that have objected to racial, ethnic, and gender diversity in science fiction. See, I don't think that's actually true though. Like I'd have to look into that claim, but like
yeah,
see, like
but
that it sounds like they did get smeared, even though they had a leadership structure. But I'd have to like look into the Sad Puppies. Like maybe they've all had like absolutely like horrible statements about like maybe they're all, but maybe they are all clan members. But like I don't think that's the case. That's not my
yeah,
perception
but you
going
have
into
to
this. So
consider what these people
no, I
mean when they say diversity. When they say diversity, they mean people who think like them. So when if people accuse you of saying that they are against diversity, that means they do not think as they do. And by they, I mean the media, the people slinging the accusation.
what do you think of this interview project?
I think it's I think it's g- I think it's good. Just do it's good to have these opinions and thoughts recorded.
Yeah, when you first reached out to me, I was really skeptical because I'm like, who's this guy approaching me about a GamerGate documentary? I've never heard of this before. And like, none of the people I knew, I reached out to a few. Actually, that's not true. I reached out to a few people, and a couple people did hear about you and vouched for you. One person vouched for you even, and was like, this guy's legit. And then other people, actually, a couple people vouched for you. But like several other people didn't hear about the project, or they only heard like rumors about it. They didn't know they heard they heard rumors, but they didn't know about the that it was coming out like literally like in a few weeks when I reached out to them. And so I'm like, who's this Airplay Doc guy? But I looked into you, and and it looks like, dude, the project was legit. And then you sent me your work, and I'm like, I'm so glad that you did. Not just because it's a good film or anything like that is true, but I'm glad that you did because that you reached out to me because I'm glad I'm not the only one out there doing stuff like this. I'm glad that I'm not the only researcher out there looking into this stuff and making a project, a historical work related
Yeah.
to this. I'm glad that there's somebody else out there who's doing that too.
Mhm.
And I've talked to some other people. A lot of people want to do stuff. They want to like write books. They say. Um, but a lot of people are also like on the fence, like, man, I don't know if I really wanted to write a book. That's a huge dedication. That's a huge project. I've got other stuff going on. A lot of people are thinking about stuff like this. I think it's important, and I'm glad that I'm not alone on this, and that you were working on this project pretty much before me, but also a bit during the same time as me.
Yeah.
Some people reading this might hold a negative view of Gamergate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
Yeah, in fact, I've actually been thinking about because I've got a connection to a pretty prominent celebrity that has said negative things who about GamerGate in the past, and I've wanted to share this with them by sharing it through this common person that I know. And I've met this celebrity in the past, and I hope that it could make them reconsider their previous views on the subject.
Well, hey, I hope it works out. I hope the conversation with whoever that is a good one, that they're open to hearing it, and maybe you'll both learn from each other, and it'll be an incredible experience.
Yes.
All right, anything else you want to talk about?
Aside from, if you got anybody listening to this, if you haven't already, please like, share, and like and share Airplay on my official YouTube channel, Airplay Doc, and watch the complete become a patron at patreon.com/metalheadfilms. Patrons $5 and over view the whole get access to the whole documentary. And please do what you can to support the project. Thank you, Tachyon Blue, for hosting this interview and giving me the chance to spread the word about my film.
Yeah, and thank you, Raymond, for participating in this project. You can call me Kevin, by the way. Um,
Thanks, Kevin.
and thank you to everyone who's watching. And I guess if you want to like this video too, you can, or subscribe if you're not. I'm also weighing this idea. If I'm going to be a streamer and I want to do stuff like this, I wasn't going to I wasn't gonna like create a Patreon or anything like that until like, or Subscribe Star, or like any other thing like that, except donations, until I'm monetized on YouTube at least. That was my plan, and I'm like 2/3 of the way there, I guess, on monetization, or I'd have to go double check, um, but I'm thinking about actually accepting donations for the project. Um, and not just the project, but like to cover me being a journalist in the future too. Like there's other projects I would want to do as well. Um, like I'm considering so many different ideas after this book is out, because like I don't want to be like a basic bitch streamer who, like, no offense to you, I know a lot of streamers are watching, and you guys do whatever you want to do, it's your life, but I want to do like some streaming stuff like that, like normal stuff, but I also want to work on like normal streaming stuff, but I also want to work on projects too as I do it. Like
Yeah,
real projects. Like I'm weighing like 9 different options for book ideas, though some of them are more
yeah.
serious than others. Like for after this one,
I was kind of the
streaming book
same
ideas.
way before I started this. I was just kind of paralyzed by choice. There was so many things that I wanted to do that I didn't know what to do. And my solution was that I just focused on this documentary at the exclusion of all else. You gotta just pick one and stick with it.
Well, thank you for your feedback, Raymond. I there's so many different, like right when I started this project, I was doing both streaming and book stuff, but now it's almost all book stuff because I'm trying to get I scheduled way too many people Basically, that's the real truth. And so like I have to get through this massive list of people. That's why like you and I talked about you agreed to do this like 2 months ago or something. And
Yeah,
I was I'm only just now scheduling you. I'm sorry. But like it
yeah,
is what it is. I booked way too many people.
yeah,
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 but it's fine. It's good for the book. It's good for historical significance to get this many diverse perspectives. It really is. And I appreciate you participating in this, and I appreciate the audience. Like and subscribe to the video. The, if if I do allow donations to cover my research and cover my like just like to help build me into like into a career possibly in the future, like or just like a side thing right now, but and possibly a career of being a like a real researcher, real journalist who does like real stuff like that. Um, and maybe some other streaming stuff too, but like real projects.
yeah.
Would anyone be interested in donating? Let me know in the comments or reach out to me if you want. I'm just weighing that option. It's an idea. Anyway, have a good night. We're gonna go ahead and raid somebody.
Okay,
Oh, I like
thank
what
you.
Pucka Shop said by the way.
What
Nah,
was
be a
that?
basic bitch. Pucka Shop in the chat says, nah, be a basic bitch streamer, bro. Just do React content.
Uh,
uh,
and I give I for people who want to make React content out of Airplay AM, the part one that's on YouTube right now, I give you the permission to do so. If you just want to farm clicks off of that, I'm fine with it, but just the first part. The second part is exclusive to my patrons.
all right, guys. We're rating Neve. Go ahead and say hi to her. Tell her Tachyon sent you, and thank you. Have a good night, everyone. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Thank you, Raymond. We're gonna go off air in a minute, and we're still live now. Just a heads up. And I think we're good. I think we're all set.
Good night.